Hello! Welcome back to Pen and Sword, an extremely professional Dungeons and Dragons actual play. We are we are so happy to have you all back again. Yes. Last session, immediately jumping into things, we managed to increase the amount of time passed in game by 300%. From 1 week and change to 3 weeks and change. That might be 200%. That's super important, and I'm super proud of us, and I just wanted to lead with that. Anyways, we began last time in Rexentrum, the capital city of the Dwendalian Empire, making preparations for a bit of an expedition. While in the city, you met with the High Curator of the Cobalt Soul, Udalafon, as well as the new Archmage of Antiquity with the Cerberus Assembly, Helena Autumnbrock. Nimra had a private conversation with Helena after sending Scoot to go snoop around her house, and that failing. And Celiana went with Mal to visit her brother and his husband to check in and see and make sure the family was still okay, and so that at least one of them knew she was alive, though after a lot of back and forth, you were left unsure about whether or not the right thing to do was to go see the rest of them now or to wait until you got Amara back. Reuniting again the following morning, Melancholy's sister Joy tagged along with you all as you left the city and hit the road, leaving after a couple days to take the Aormaton core back to Amon to store it safely in the warded container you'd all commissioned from Sean Gilmore. The trip to Shattengrod was otherwise mostly uneventful, mostly. On the way there, Nimra reached out to Mal about their worship and their connection with their deity, trying to find a path to acquiring divine magic in an effort to do what they'd promised Melancholy they were going to do. A large crowd of moths had gathered around Mal after several nights of prayer, and the ensuing conversation motivated Nimra enough to take a shot in the dark and reach out into the ether with a prayer directed at any god that might be listening. And they heard back from a strange and unfamiliar and, to be honest, a little sinister voice, which promised them the power they'd need and the secrets they sought, making sure to let them know that in doing so, they now belonged to this entity. A hand for a hand, an eye for an eye. The deal was seemingly made, as Nimra now possessed the slightest bit of divine casting ability, which you discovered after inflict woundsing on yourself and shooting yourself flying back and necrosing your hand. That same night, Mal had their own more personal connection with their deity. Unable to sleep, their little collection of moths led them out of camp and further towards a nearby wood where they came upon their patron for the first time in person since they beseeched them for aid back in Ank'Harel. This entity seemed happy to see you, happy that you were now much closer to its domain than when you first met, and happy to help you where it could, but it was perhaps a less enlightening conversation than you'd hoped. The days continued on. You stopped briefly in the small town of Eurosa, which you found to be almost a sort of staging ground for people recruited into expeditions into Shattengrod, then continued on to your final destination. You arrived in the base camp, so to speak, around Shattengrod, and we begin now just as you stand around outdoors in the Cobalt Soul section of this camp as Question runs off to meet with the person who will be sending you down. She navigates away and into a uh, kind of the largest structure in this little space. There's a lot of tents, but there's a good amount of actually built facilities, but they are very clearly kind of put together a little quickly and for function over form of any kind. She runs up, lets herself in, and is out of sight, giving you all a moment to collect yourselves and if there's anything you wish to discuss before being set upon by her once again and being spoken to by whoever's in charge here. Now's your chance. And after it takes her maybe like 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, And she then pokes her head out of the doorway and waves you all and rushes you to come on over. And gathering up and approaching and heading up a couple of wooden steps and inside this, you step into what's a very large, kind of open meeting room, so to speak. There are like other hallways and like a staircase that goes elsewhere, but this main space is very wide open, meant to kind of facilitate these sorts of things. There's a long table in the center, and it's littered with all manner of things. There's a couple of shelves with kind of loose books and twined together kind of collections of loose papers. Um, and waiting inside with question as she leads you in is a 40 something looking human man, weathered face and dark brown hair with a beard, dressed in cobalt soul colors, the mostly blues, with but it's very it's clearly attire made for motion, for movement, um, and for work in a place like this, rather than like academics robes. It's more. I wouldn't say it's form fitting, but it's like it's closer to a shirt and pants than it is to big old robes. And as she kind of comes in, she moves out of the way, and he approaches each of you and holds out a hand to anyone who'll take it. Hello, and good afternoon, morning. I'm not sure of the time. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Archivist Lorai Seams. And he holds out a hand, shakes her, takes it. Question, let me know you'll all be descending today. So, just want to go over a bit of things with you all before you disappear out of sight. And give you a bit of preparation in case, so you're aware of the, well, possible dangers and otherwise. And he leads you round to the table, and he moves some stuff out of the way and pulls out a small little, what's clearly a very rough hand drawn map, mostly divided into like just rough squares with simple labels and kind of lines connecting them. The the city is not intact as you might expect. It is a little difficult to navigate and quite dangerous. As is, we have more thoroughly mapped the higher up sections of the city, which appear to be some sort of residential ward of some kind. They are, as far as we can tell, there seem to be three of them that are accessible. We've only really gotten deep and picked through two of them. The It's translated from Old Zemnian as the Skyward districts. Each of them, they are labeled, named, but all three are called Skyward districts, which seems to be a sort of uh, general label for the residential areas of the city. And he kind of points out to the text, which shows the Zemnian text that's translated into common from Sharswart to Skyward districts. And as he points to two of them, the ones that are closest to the surface, these are these two have been basically picked clean. This first one is purely under the jurisdiction of the Assembly. The second one is under our jurisdiction as of right now. When you get down there, you'll see that these are probably the easiest parts of the city to navigate. Mostly open avenues and large crumbled buildings here and there. We are starting to break into the third of these Skyward districts, but we've had quite a bit of trouble there. There, there. Well, there's a large amount of bullets in the region, and they are hampering our progress quite a bit. We suspect there's some sort of nest of them somewhere within, but we're picking at it slowly. We need to get through this district of the city to get further in. So that's where current efforts are focused. But we've lost people to the bullets in the past, and we don't want to encourage them to spread or rise closer to the surface and jeopardize the entire operation. It's besides these, which the bullets are really a danger in most of the city. You are likely to encounter spiders, and there is quite a large threat of worm attacks. We have had close run ins, though no direct encounters, with purple worms deeper into the city as well. Though, besides that, the real present danger is getting lost. It is a labyrinthine network of city streets that, once you go further, only complicates itself further as the different districts overlap. We've had inklings of evidence in recent expeditions and excavations that suggest that Shattengrod is not all there is down here, and that there seems to be some other structure, some other settlement city, perhaps. We're not sure. As far as we can tell, Shattengrod was a land based city. It was not one of the flying cities of Avalanche, so it seems that it being underground, it might have caved in under itself. We suspect there's a good deal more further in, but we haven't gotten far enough to confirm that yet. That said, when you first descend, the elevator that will take you down will take you to our sort of base camp or staging ground. You'll see there's a couple of distinct camps. The Assembly and the Crown both have their own sort of area for organizing expeditions down there. It's several hundred feet down, so you can get a sense of just how deep you'll be going if that's where you're starting. Uh, Here, and he kind of rolls up the map and hands it to you. There should be there a bit of an indicator of kind of your options based on what we've mapped out. And indeed, the map shows kind of enough to guide you from this staging area to get you either to the first of the skyward districts, which he explained, which is the one he described as being under the purview of the assembly, the second, which is under their control, and then the third, which is the one they're trying to push further into right now. And it's enough to guide you all the way there without too much issue. Though beyond that, it's a bit of a mystery. That's, I mean, simple enough. We also have, if you need it, climbing gear and rope and spare things like that for cave delving and the like. Is there anything you need from me? Anything you need to know about that I might be able to enlighten you on? Just, I want to make sure you're as prepared as possible, at least as far as I can help to do so.
Is there a system in which we can check in and out with those stationed at the post? Is there a point in time in which you might send out a search party if we do not return?
Well, that is up to you. This was sort of pitched to me less as a Cobalt Soul operation. Hello!
That was the evil one. I don't know why she came here. She was immediately angry to be here.
The expedition was pitched to me as a bit of a personal project. So that hasn't really been touched on, but if you worry about your going missing, we can certainly coordinate that. It mostly depends on how deep you plan to go, how much risk you're willing to take. We can certainly organize some people and attempt to reach out at a certain point, and if we hear nothing, we can make an effort.
Have you mapped far enough to discover any sort of libraries or institutions?
We Haven't found it, but we know there is one in the city. It's, let me find it. And he kind of moves through some stuff and pulls some stuff out, puts it down, pulls it out. This here, the Heimnisvolum. This is it's translated as the Arcanium. It seems to have been a center of magical learning in the city. A small school, mostly didn't seem to, as far as we can tell from what little documents were still intact in the city, it seems to have been a place of not necessarily like a school, not like the Solstice Academy or the like, but more just an academic center. And they often hosted uh, mages and arcanists from other major cities known for their magical prowess at the time, who would come and speak, give lectures, and teach in a capacity for seasons. It's all very old Zemnian. It's a bit difficult to decipher, but we're working on it. But that seems to be the gist. They had some that were sort of based in the city, regulars for that sort of thing, but its real attraction was whenever someone from Aor or Avalier would come through and spend a season in the city. That is further in, and it seems, as far as we can tell, to be at least partially accessible from further into the Skyward District, but we're still not sure. We haven't gotten that far.
Are we familiar with what bullets are?
You can make a nature check. Anyone who wants to check.
Sure. That is going to be a 25.
That's a whole whopping 6.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, I got an 11.
19.
Okay. Yeah, Hux and Nim, you'd be aware. Bullets are landsharks. They are burrowing creatures with very pointed snouts that allow them to burrow through the ground. They form nests and love to burst through the surface to attack mostly farm animals, but also travelers and shit, just whatever they can get their mouths on. They are quite dangerous and love to burst out of the ground and swallow things whole when they do so. Though they're mostly more dangerous in large numbers than individually. But considering his explanation, it makes sense that if there's a nest in there or something, that it could be quite dangerous. And Nimra, you also, both with the higher roll and being native to Amon and to Taldori, you'd also be intimately aware of the much more dangerous form of bullet of landshark that have been known to rarely appear on the surface, but typically are only found much deeper down, which are the magma bullets or magma landsharks, which are much larger and they're made of lava, basically. They're a lot more serious of an issue than a normal bullet is.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
So once we get in the cave, or at least start exploring, I feel like Nimra is going to start sounding like a nature documentary.
Good.
And I think they will just start rattling off facts that they have memorized about the local flora and fauna. And this will play out later. But that way everybody is up to speed with their current knowledge later in. Because I do also want to note above table, Nimra does have cartographer's tools and is proficient with them.
Okay.
And keen mind, so let's hope that we can maybe make a map and not get lost.
That would be good.
Maybe. It won't be Nimra pointing out anything, though, with the whopping +1 in perception and +1 in survival. They got a +9 in nature, though.
That was the part of the scouts that Nimra liked.
Yeah.
Not the
Yeah.
outdoorsy stuff.
What can I say? I built him a certain way. Then, do we have anything else to ask? Because I don't have anything, at least, jumping to the forefront of my mind.
Do we want to ask if they know what the was it the Solstice? Not the Academy.
The Cerberus Assembly?
Do we want to ask what they are doing so we can avoid
that's
them?
Yeah.
Or
a great idea.
Yeah.
I didn't know if that would be problematic or not.
We probably
Sure.
should. I don't know if Nimra would be the one to ask it based off of the fact that they were told to shut the fuck up about the Cerberus Assembly before this. So, if somebody else wants to do it.
Look, we know we're not exactly the only ones here. Do you have any idea of maybe parts of the city we should give a birth to avoid running into anybody else?
Definitely the first of the skyward districts, one that's more easily accessible. That is where the assembly has focused their efforts for a bit. We don't know if they have found ways deeper into the city from there. We have given them full control of that section of the city. We haven't seen them as far as we've gone in, but it is entirely possible they have explored 90% of the city already and told us nothing. Or it is possible they have hit an impasse same as we have and have not made it further in. We've been exploring this place for several years now, so it's possible. But in general, perhaps avoid that way. And if you find, are any of you familiar with? Do any of you speak Zemnian? Can read it?
I can
Okay.
read it.
Good. Okay. All of the text in the city is written in an old, archaic form of Semnian, but it should be enough if you give it a little effort for you to translate into the modern equivalent. If you see any signage, any maps, anything written that might point you in a way that connects to from what we can tell, the western side of the city, perhaps be careful in exploring that direction. That is the part of the city that the assembly essentially started in and pushed in. If they've gotten further, that's where they'll be, most likely. But again, like I said, they could have looped all the way back around and be on the other side of the bullet nest and be blocked from coming this way. We don't know. But it's possible. Just be cautious in general.
Great. Thank you.
Of course. If that's everything, let me get them ready to send you down, and you all can go ahead, gather your things, wait outside, and someone will signal you when it's time. And he takes and leads you guys outside, and then makes his way off towards the actual sinkhole to kind of organize to send you guys down.
Question.
Yes?
How has this worked in the past? Do you have like a feeling when you're close that like, oh, it's here, I'm gonna find it? Or is it like, you'll know when you see it?
My dreams get more intense when it happens. I get clearer images and a stronger sense of what is happening. Before, when I met your friends, when I met you guys, I had dreamed of the jewel like a while before, but I didn't get a clear picture of it or anything about it until I got to Bazozan, which was pretty close to where the jewel was and to where the rest of that stuff was. So I'm pretty sure maybe when we go down, if we take a little nap, I will have a big, strong dream about where to go. I'm not sure, though. The past couple days, nothing has hit me yet. Are you guys excited? No? Oh, that's all right.
I just thought I had left sharks behind when I got out of the water, but that is not the case apparently.
Are you scared of sharks, Huxley?
I feel like as a fire genasi, I have encountered more sharks in the past couple of years than more than people of my kind probably should, given what I am made of.
Honestly, I think I'd rather fight a shark than a devil. After the last few fights we've been in, this might be kind of a nice change.
Break.
Maybe, but between the sharks, spiders, and giant worms, I don't think I like any of those things.
In case you were worried, actually, there's more than just land sharks down under. There's also magma sharks, which might be more up your speed.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, Hux. Fire sharks. That's good, right? Because you're fire. So
yeah, I'm very fire.
True.
Yes,
I agree.
In this specific area, there should be a species of bulette called the magma bulette, in which they are made of, as the name entails, magma. Very far underneath the ground, but with our proclivity for danger and fun surprises, I wouldn't be surprised if we encountered one.
We do get into shit a lot, don't we? This sucks. Alright. Well, for what it's worth, I do not like sharks. I do not like anything scary with big teeth that might swallow me. I don't like devils either. I don't like worms. I don't like spiders. I don't like fighting, so I will try not to do that. So please don't die, because then I will be stuck and I will die. But I told myself not to stay outside this time. I'm going in. So if I die, that will stink. I would like not to do that. So this wasn't a very good pep talk, I don't think.
Not really.
I feel like I shouldn't have asked.
No, I'm very excited to go on the field trip into...
Huxley, you don't have to lie to her.
I'm just...
We know, we're all right here.
Excited.
Nimra, are you excited?
Of course.
Does the thought of being incinerated by a flaming shark with legs excite you?
No. The thought of and promise of new information and new ways that we can meet our goals excites me.
I thought it was the fire thing because of your track record, but okay.
I would love... It would be more comforting to encounter a devil. To advance my own personal research.
Sure, that doesn't surprise me, I guess.
But this will have to suffice.
Hey, who knows? Maybe we'll also see devils. That would be great,
We'll be
wouldn't
attacking at the same time.
Do you think devil sharks exist?
Wait, Ruby, would never know.
Oh my god, we're all gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah! Make an Arcana check.
At the same time, Melancholy is writing, Aster, when you get this, if you're not dead, do devil sharks exist? It's important.
I hope he just gets a bunch of pings whenever he's back in service.
Yeah.
23. Oh no, he has us muted, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. He opens his book and it's like 153 missed messages.
Oh my god, do we think he has text-to-speech enabled?
He doesn't.
No,
Oh
so
my
he
God.
doesn't have to actually read it. He just has his book reading it to him. That way he could be doing other
Like the-
paperwork and he's just...
Straight to his brain.
Oh my god.
And it's all in our voices, even though we're writing
Uh-huh.
it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. How else would he be able to tell the difference? Every time we speak in his domain, he's training little spells to mimic our voices.
Oh no! The AI.
Hey,
Oh.
if there was a character that would buy into that, it is probably Haster.
Do you think he's a crypto bro?
No.
We've started gold was really useless around here. It always melts so easily. So I introduced this concept of digital currency. Really, it's quite useful. It also works as a speculative asset. I thought, why not bring gambling to the masses?
If
I
somebody was
created
going
this
to make
app
it,
called Robinhood.
if there was going to be
Fucking
somebody that would
Chris.
make it, it would be the
Yeah.
Archdevil of the 7th layer in particular.
I'll think about
Come
it.
on.
It's canon.
Mhm.
Aw, man.
I don't
Ugh.
like them. I don't like the
That's my
modern
first-
AU Haster being a crypto bro, man. I don't like that. Him having a fucking NFT profile picture on Twitter, and he's the only guy in the group of people who know him who calls it X. And like, it's a fucking shitty pixel art devil or whatever, and it's fucking
Right.
ugh.
Do you want to make him likable, or do you want to make him canon? Come on.
Oh my god.
In your
I'm
heart of
gonna
hearts,
move on.
Ruby.
I'm gonna move on. You have never heard of a devil shark? No.
Okay. With the 23,
Thank God.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never heard of one. If we encounter one, however, I might excuse myself from battle and take some notes if you don't mind.
No, I do mind. I do mind, actually. You're like our glass cannon. You need to shoot shit. You need to blow it up. You can look at its insides when we kill it.
But I'd prefer to look at its outsides and see how its
Okay.
patterns of attack.
Okay, you're not... We're gonna fight it for like maybe 24 seconds tops. Like, you're not gonna have time. If we see it from a distance, sure. If that thing comes over and starts eating us, if Huxley if his legs are dangling out of its mouth, and you are sitting there writing shit in your book, I will kill you.
That seems like a very likely outcome, actually.
Not to imply that you would be guaranteed to be the one to go first or anything, but
I don't.
I don't know.
I
You're
feel-
made of fire. Maybe they think it tastes good. I don't know. Well, that's probably more of a concern for the magma sharks that we do know do exist, so that's great. This is the more we talk, the more concerned I get about this. Is this a good idea? I feel like this is a bad idea.
Better idea than them getting whatever this artifact is, I guess.
Would you prefer for the
guess.
artifact to be in our hands? Or a devil's hand?
Yeah, I know. I get it. I'm just saying. This shit sucks, man. I don't want to do this. Whatever.
Maybe it'll be fine.
You think? Do you think
Maybe.
it'll be fine? You think we're just gonna walk in there? It's not gonna be nothing down. We already know that there are sharks with legs and worms that eat people whole down there. Like,
Most things in the Underdark are quite... Well, if this can even be counted as the Underdark, most things under the surface are quite vicious. I realize the more I speak, this is probably not assuaging any of your fears.
no, not really. But At this point, what do I care? With that, Mariah and a couple of others come up and signal for you to follow that they're ready. You can head over, approach the edge of the sinkhole, and be led down along the constructed path that kind of snakes into it a bit and sits out on the platform where the elevator is set up. And you are led on, and they begin the process of winching you down and slowly lowering you below the surface. It takes a couple minutes to descend the several hundred feet down, but eventually it touches ground. Little doors open, and you're in this kind of staging area. What you can tell immediately is the only area that actually has access to sunlight from here, where the sinkhole is actually open. The sinkhole itself is not huge, it's like 30 feet across, but it shines enough of a shaft of light down here for mostly everything to be visible. You can see the distinct camps that you were pointed to, and you can see there's like kind of rough signposts carved up to point in different directions, and it's easy enough to see the path that snakes out deeper into these sort of outer caverns where you can already immediately see ruins of buildings up ahead before the kind of the cavern sort of coalesces around it and starts to block more from view. This isn't it seems that, at least from like first glance, this came in, and maybe over time, it's hard to tell, it has slowly kind of been covered up by more and more layers over time. There's a good amount of ground that covers the actual ruins themselves. And you've got your, really from here, two main options on where to go. You can proceed west into the first of the skyward districts, or you can proceed east into the other, the one that you know the soul is more in charge of there. Or you can poke around the base camp a bit, though there's not many people here at the moment. There's maybe a dozen or so in total across each of the little camps that are set up, tending to their work and organizing things and keeping things maintained down here. There is a trail of kind of posted lanterns that lead in both directions that keep the path mostly lit into these first sections of the city. Where do you go? What do you do?
We should probably stay away from the other one, right?
Yeah.
The west.
Yeah.
Correct.
Who's gonna lead? Who's in the front? Who's gonna eat the first fucking shark attack? Who's doing that? Rick is already going to the front.
All right.
Do you mind if I also use your expertise in your depth perception? It might be in our best interest for me to create a map. That way we can not get lost. But I, sadly, am not as practiced in the arts of survival or perceiving things, especially with the fact that I do not have dark vision.
Oh, it's gonna be real hard for you down here. Also, who was that addressed at?
To Celiona.
Okay.
Unless anybody else is particularly gifted in seeing things and pointing things out.
Could remote it. Okay.
Minus one.
Sure, yeah. Of course.
To make my life just a little bit easier, Nimra is going to summon Scoot.
Hello. Where are we?
underneath the ground in some ruins. I require your vision.
Like as I can see in the dark.
Correct.
So smart. Always on it. You got it. Am I like in the front like before? Or am I like on your shoulder? Oh, are you gonna like look through my eyes so I can like, and he like gets on top of your head? Like I can like sit right here and lower my head real low. And it's like
If
you're
you
looking
can-
out your own eyes.
If you can perhaps shapeshift yourself into that of a spider to be a little bit less obtrusive.
Fine. Little spider.
Okay.
Is this better?
Much.
Like right onto your face. And then just kind of like sitting in such a way where its little legs sit on your nose so that it can hold its eyes forward.
Oh.
I will have my eyes closed. And Nimra closes their eyes, and I presume it's going to be looking really fucking weird, staring out of 8 little eyes with just the widest depth perception.
Oh gosh.
Seal will immediately be like, alright, I guess I'll stick with them. Make sure they don't trip or whatever.
Alright, now's the time. If you could give me your marching order, please. I would like to be in the middle to be safest. But wait, should I be in the back so I can run away? I don't know.
Probably not smartest idea.
Okay, all right.
Who knows what's
The
behind
middle's
us?
probably safer.
Okay.
I'll be towards the back, unless somebody wants to be in the back. But I'll stick towards the back.
Wherever Nimra wants to be with them.
Perhaps it would be in our best interest for the two of us to be in the front. You to use your senses to look out for any dangers, any interesting plants, any artifacts of the such. That way I can note them down.
Sure.
Rick kind of circles back around. He'd walked off. I can't see in the dark, so I won't be in the front this time.
Oh no.
I forgot about that.
I forgot I can't do that. Somehow I don't remember these things. I'm getting old.
Where's Mal going?
I'll pull up in the back.
Okay, so we'll have Hux and Mel in the back. I'm guessing Seal and Nim, you'll be in the front? Or okay. Mel will keep the questions side in the middle there. And Rick will kind of stick with in this just I guess center to front, sort of just to be near someone who can see in the dark. And you're off. You start to move into and descend. It's a bit of a kind of slope. And as you follow the path that's lit by lanterns, you come down this way and enter into the sort of very beginning parts of the city proper. And immediately the kind of it becomes quite a bit darker as you leave the sunlight that's shedding in from the sinkhole behind. And it's not long after that you are fully surrounded by these ruins, these mostly shattered buildings. They're quite small in stature in this state. all with this kind of cross between Gothic and Art Deco architecture to all of them. Mostly stone construction to these. And like I said, all in tatters, in ruins. And as you go, it's sort of, you see it very quickly kind of spreads out from that single point. And maybe 10 minutes in, you get to a point where you actually catch a view of further into the city from here. And it's vast, it's expansive. There are traces of light in here, soft, dim blue and purple glows that kind of emanate off of things. From here, it's impossible to tell whether that's artificial, magical, whether it's some kind of natural bioluminescence of some plant or animal that lives down here. But it's enough to provide a bit of light and allow you all to see further out. And it's a bit beyond that sinkhole that then the cavern's sort of ceiling expands upwards. And you can see the ruins that are here are quite large. The buildings themselves all look like skyscrapers. Very, very tall tower-like structures that all of them in various states of ruin. Many of them collapsed. You can see where they sort of fall onto one another, but some of them are intact enough to get a sense of just how high they might have reached in the past. A couple 100 feet, 200 feet high. And you start to move down. And who wants to roll me a d20?
I'll do it.
All right.
3.
Okay. Roll me, Mal, a d12, and Nim, give me a give me a check with your cartographer's tools.
Okay.
1.
Okay, wait. Specifically, what? Okay, so for the cartographer's tools, I just have to verify because I know you have to do whatever role that you have to do. It has to be, you get to add your proficiency bonus to it, but if it's attached to a skill, you get to do that with advantage. So that's why I'm asking: is there a skill attached to this, or is it just cartographer's tools flat bonus?
No, it's effectively you're rolling it like with your intelligence. So you add your intelligence modifier, your proficiency bonus. It's essentially like a proficient intelligence check.
Okay, so then I think I get a +9. Okay. 25.
Okay. So you start to move, descend into the city. You go for quite a while. It's difficult to navigate down here. I will also need one more roll. Whoever's at the front leading, whoever wants to navigate for us here, I'm going to need you to give me a survival check.
I can do that.
Can I give you advantage?
You're
By
focused
helping?
on cartography.
Okay, so then no. Can I? Oh, I can't have Scoot. Oh, I keep forgetting.
Scoot's
Scoot
the
is
only
there to
reason you
aid.
see. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I could have asked him to aid me.
You're complaining about a 25?
No,
I think you're good.
I'm not complaining about a 25, but I'm complaining about not remembering my own damn mechanics.
Which skill? Sorry.
Survival.
Survival. Great. Ooh. That's a 12.
Okay.
Very low for me.
Yeah, navigating down here isn't easy. This area is mapped well enough, though, like I said, so you are able to kind of traverse through this place. It's pretty barren. A lot of the structures are inaccessible, fully caved in, though some of them stand well enough to be accessible. So first, I want to check as you progress. What is your goal here? Are you looking for something specific? Are you trying to reach a certain destination? What is it you're trying to do? Where are you trying to get to? What are you looking for?
Do we want to look for that center of knowledge or whatever?
The library, school.
Academic center.
I
That
think
would
that
be-
would be a good starting place.
Yeah.
Cool.
Were you just agreeing, Riza, or were you going to say something?
Then yeah, as you move in, you have enough of a map here to get to this next area of the city where they're trying to push through. And as you push in, it takes a couple hours until you're able to kind of clear the other side of this first district of the city and arrive at a point where you can see the kind of guidance that they've laid out with various signposts on which you've been able to follow the map to get to sort of comes to an end. And there is this kind of road that significantly widens at a point, which is kind of marked off on the map as a sort of connection point to this next segment of the city. And immediately in this avenue, you can see Nimra, what you'd recognize from your role earlier. There are sinkholes in the ground, kind of pockmarked. There's maybe 3 in this big avenue. The avenue itself is like 60 feet across and about 100 feet long in this section. And you see maybe 3 or 4 of these sinkholes. These are bullet sinkholes. It's very easy to tell that that's what they are.
I got so distracted looking at the Pinellus dipicatus around in this area, providing us this bioluminescent light source, that I failed to realize that these sinkholes on the ground are likely from bullets. Stay on your guard. Don't get distracted by the beautiful fungi in the area. I was hoping to see the Monotropia uniflora. I've heard they've only grown in the Underdark, but I haven't seen their ghostly translucent stalks yet.
Are you proud of that? You real proud of your fungal naming conventions? That's good.
I'm
Sorry.
proud of it.
I'm very
Sorry.
impressed.
But this naming convention does imply the existence of fantasy Carl Linnaeus.
So, by the way, I'm bringing up actual real fungi. So,
I mean, I could tell.
Yeah,
I figured
yeah,
if you
yeah.
just came up with that out of your ass, that'd be crazy.
So impressive.
Yeah.
do you want me to? I want to create Underdark phylogenetic trees. Come on.
Yeah, do it.
I'm tempted.
I'll write down
Oh,
every name and canonize them.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Send
Now
them
I
to
just
Matt
have-
Mercer in the mail.
You're
God.
welcome.
So now you just have to send me what plants are available in the Underdark, because they're not listed anywhere typically.
World building projects. And assuming as such, you push forward, continue to move in, and now is where the unfamiliar sort of begins. And this is where you eat up the rest of this day. As you try to traverse through the city streets, and it becomes very quickly very sort of entangled. This part of the city's denser. The buildings, like I said, are more intact and rise higher and obscure more of your surroundings. And after another couple hours going through here, you kind of come to a point where you feel like you're not sure if you're making progress. You've come around, and maybe once or twice you're like, wait, I think I've seen that before. I think I've seen that before. And from here, you can see they're kind of, the streets sort of spider out in a lot of different directions. But the only thing you're kind of able to pick up on is a kind of noticeable slant to the city itself. It seems to dip and move slope downwards, though it's not immediately apparent if that's intentional construction on the part of the people who built this place or a result of the age, the time, whatever it was that sank this place in the first place. And then
Oh.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if we could maybe see if it's magical in nature, that or if we're going around in circles with a map. If there might be something causing that.
Give me an investigation check, Nim.
Can I get Scoot to aid me at that?
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, that's way better. 19. Rolled a 4 initially, so. Yeesh.
I'd say you don't really notice that you're magically induced to go in circles, but when you look at your map, you do see it is like a labyrinth. You have been mapping streets and going in circles, but it's not magical, but you can see kind of the track that sort of is losing you here. And maybe in the moment notice that you, in focusing your efforts fully on keeping this map, you might not have really stopped to be like, Seal, we've already been here. Wait, turn this way, wait. So it's mostly maybe a bit of a lack of communication than anything else. But it doesn't seem to be magical in any capacity, no. But from where you are, you've got kind of really two directions you could head. You can kind of follow this slope and continue to push downwards, or you can head in kind of a direction that seems to sort of level out with this with the rest of the structures around.
If we may all halt for a moment. Reconvene quickly. We've been going in circles. According to my map, there is 2 directions that we can continue on. Would we prefer to go further deep in and follow the slope down? Or shall we stay in this same leveled area? Explore that further.
Do we know where this place is, or did we forget to ask that?
I don't think they know where that place is.
We were told that it was further in and partially accessible from the Skyward districts. So, could be either.
It almost makes sense to keep exploring where most of the buildings are if we're looking for a building, but it almost feels like it would be easier not to get lost if we're heading downwards and know that we just have to head upwards to get back.
Perhaps if this was a particularly venerated building, it could be separate of most of the other structures in the city. More of a central structure. Depending on how large this city is. Perhaps even on the outskirts.
Yeah, I mean, that might make sense. They keep the school kind of at the center of Rexentrum, so...
It's probably worth it.
Are we
Going down?
descending? I heard one vote for descending.
I mean, that's what makes sense to me.
Two.
We're trying to get as deep into this place as possible, yeah?
We might as well. I mean, we can always come back.
3.
Okay.
Right.
Let's go.
Whoever's leading, give me another survival check, please.
Do we trust my rolls today?
Gwen, we trust you implicitly.
Thank you.
Would you like guidance? I can give you guidance if you'd like it.
Sure.
I always
Yeah.
forget that I have it. Here.
Just
The
like a little
blessings of
help.
Aggie be upon you.
He just gives her a helpful little pat on the
my
back.
gosh.
Cute. She needed that. She's feeling bad about earlier. And what is that? Is that a
A D4.
a D4? Oh gosh. That is a 12 again. With the D4.
Well, as you begin to push further in, make a bit of an effort to avoid the paths you've already been on, you kind of get to a point, things start to get, it's already been pretty cold coming down here. It's been uncomfortably so. It's starting to get into the autumn season, and this part of the continent is already pretty chilly. But now down here, especially, it's even colder. The wind chills, and you can see elements of frost and ice along the stalagmites and stalactites that form in the rock formations and on some of the structures and buildings that you pass by. And trying to focus in and continue to follow the path that you're on, you get to the point that you think is probably the limit of what you're able to do in a day. Your bodies start to feel that exhaustion come on. So first, I'll ask, how much are you willing to push yourselves to continue? Do you want to stop and try to find a place to camp out, to hide away? Or do you want to continue to push, feeling as though you need that time to get further in?
If we rest now, we might get a clue from question on if we're on the right path, maybe?
I don't think it's a good idea to push ourselves at the very start. So,
Yeah.
So, as you kind of You're definitely further than you were. This shift in the environment, you feel you're getting there. And now you'll need to sort of stop and find a place to settle in. There's a number of buildings and structures that are standing well enough to maybe hold you. But how do you intend to find a place to camp out here? What's your plan for that?
I think we should investigate at least some of the structures that seem structurally sound, just to have some reprieve from the cold, at least.
And I have. I was just looking through my inventory. I have the Wand of Secrets, which I got like 5,000 years ago.
It was for the dungeon you were in, and you used it like once in there.
Yeah. So I can check for secret doors and traps within 60 feet of us, if we find a spot that we think is safe.
Oh no!
I can definitely help with the investigation part of things if we do want to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Then go ahead, and whoever wants to lead that, go ahead and give me a investigation check, please.
$28.
Okay.
19 on the dice. Why couldn't I roll like this yesterday?
Without much effort, you kind of look around, checking in and giving a couple of these places a look. You find one that is suitably intact and suitably, how do I word it? Kind of, and the front wall of it, the part that's actually exposed, is suitably standing enough to actually provide a bit of concealment and a bit of shelter. Who has the highest passive perception amongst you guys? And read them out for me.
17.
17.
18.
11. It's not going to be Nimra.
What's Rick's? I don't know if
It's Rick's is something
Stupidly
stupid
high.
high.
It's very high.
Rick has practically gained omniscience at this point.
It's 27.
Woo!
Yeah.
It's over twice what Nimra's is.
That's not hard to do. That's
Oh,
easy.
man.
Okay. And as you find this place, you move to settle in. He kind of raises a hand and stops you guys. Nobody move. And he kind of lowers himself down and puts a hand on the ground.
Bulette.
More than one. And he kind of moves it a bit. And then you hear... And we're going to move to the map now, is what we're going to do.
Hey.
Hmm.
Initiative rolls? Question mark?
What are you doing now? Are you bracing and just going to wait, or are you going to do anything else specific?
Could we potentially try to lure them out somewhere else where we aren't. Like
How
these
do you want
are
to try to do
like
that?
Oh,
these are burrowing
Summon?
creatures, right?
Mm-hmm.
do
Let me
do we want to summon something farther away from us?
maybe either that or that's probably actually a better idea than like throwing a rock or something. But
Because if we do the abyssal amalgamation, that can at least take some aggro. I was initially going to have Nim, I guess, prepare an action. I don't remember if that's something you can do in 5e. But essentially wait until they get close enough to summon Bigby's hand.
You can hold an
But-
action, yeah.
I've got Pathfinder on the brain. I haven't played 5e in longer than I'd like to admit.
The rumble continues and shifts, and now you all can feel it underfoot around.
Summon? Yes? No?
yeah, I think if we summon something that might draw the aggro in that direction, and then we'll have something to target.
Okay,
Where
so
are you gonna summon it?
60 feet away, Nimra can actually see that far through Scoot, so gonna summon it right where I have the tooltip.
Okay. And
I don't want to get too far though, because then we can't.
Do we want it closer to us? I mean, if you want to direct Nimra to, like, point out a spot, they'll summon it. They actually have the vision for that.
I don't know. Whatever.
Something like here?
Works. It's fine. We'll deal with it as it occurs. It's fine.
Okay.
roll
so
a die.
then, casting it 4th level. That's a
Oops.
It's a D4, right?
It's a D4, yeah.
Okay. 1.
That's not what I wanted to do.
Can you tell me which one that is in the spell?
Shadowy amalgamation.
Okay. And where do you summon it?
60 feet away, I believe it was here.
Okay. Yeah, as you kind of gather yourselves up and you throw out the spell, and the blood shoots through the air, and you hear it on the ground. You can almost barely, through the faint hint of light from Rick's torch, see the darkness around it coalesce into an almost shapeless form comprised entirely of pure shadow, though with that bit of light you can faintly see hints of physical flesh floating in the mixture of shadow and blood that is roiling throughout the incorporeal form. Essentially a big blob of shadow with bits floating in it.
Hmm.
And now you'll go ahead and roll initiative. Rumbling out of the ground. Bursting out. There's one. Bursting out to your south. Another. And you can hear a distant third. And with that, we will begin.
It's feral instinct. I don't know if that is a.
I don't see that in his features, at least. And we'll start. Nim, you're up first. You and Scoot.
Oh, God. That's weird. Okay. Nimra is going to command. What is its movement? 30 feet. That should be within. Yeah. She is going to command. Ooh, geez. I still got my Pathfinder character on the brain. They are going to command the shadowy amalgamation. Attack any bullet recklessly, ensuring to do as much damage as possible. Pull as much of their attention as you can. So
Okay.
I think that is an action to do that. I don't remember. Check the
To give it
spell.
its command, I
No,
don't
it's not.
remember either,
Okay,
actually.
we're good.
Yeah, so then it will use its movement to move to the closest one. Right up to there. and start attacking. And you've still got your action and stuff.
Oh, man. Mold Earth is probably not going to do anything for it. And I don't think they have any spells that'll be super helpful that aren't concentration based and will break the concentration with the amalgamation. Or actually, yeah, might as well. Let's do a 3rd level lightning bolt. See if that damages any of them. So let's target the same one that the amalgamation is targeting. So like that. So
Okay.
yeah, technically
The
they cast this.
amalgamation did 10 psychic damage. Oh no, it does more because it had advantage. $21 points of psychic damage.
It's reckless attack. Okay. So they are going to cast a 3rd level lightning bolt with their action this turn.
Okay.
So can I get a Dex 18 save for the bullet?
That's a failure.
Okay. So the full 8d6 damage. You know, I rolled it in D&D Beyond, so I'll just say that roll. 36 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
Does it look like it?
36.
36 points of lightning damage. Does it look like it was affected by it at all?
It looks severely injured. Between the shadowy amalgamation coming up and clawing through it, tearing off chunks of its stony hide, and then the lightning bolt coursing through, shaking it down and frying it up. It is smoking, and it is clearly deeply injured.
So that's action. Let's just take movement and move both of these two. Maybe back here. Where they still have vision of most... Oh, dang, they don't. Okay. Still have vision with that.
Okay.
And no use for bonus action right now because teleportation will not be useful without Scoot. And Scoot is still their eyes, so I'm not going to have Scoot do anything other than continue to aid Nimra if needed.
Okay. So then first up, the first bullet will retaliate. It will... Really? That's a little annoying. Okay, that's fine. I'll do it over here. That's okay. You want to be stubborn with me. As it kind of reels from these strikes from the amalgamation, it sort of kind of hunkers down a little bit, trying to block it off, gets hit by the lightning bolt, and then it will move 5 feet, and as it does, its little legs come up and like almost like scrunch in, and when it hits the ground, it will leap. It will get to. It has to get to here, and then it will leap.
Opportunity attack? Question mark?
Yes.
Still reckless. So is that?
That's a natural 1, and a 2 for.
Okay, so you're rolling the damage. Got it.
Or do you want to be rolling the attacks on it?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. That is a... That does not hit. Okay. So it doesn't hit. And then it will leap, and it can move up to 30 feet, and it will... Right here. And it will crash down, and I will need... Oh, okay, correction. It will come down here.
Oh, great.
So I'll need you, Scoot, and Rick. I'm gonna move it off you so we can see your tokens for now. To go ahead and give me dexterity saving throw, please. Okay, so all three of you succeed. So you will take 8 points of bludgeoning damage, and then you will be pushed 5 feet straight away from where it landed, which was here, away from it.
Then I have to make a con save with
Yes.
advantage. Okay, I rolled 2 14, so 15. Oh wait, plus
Yeah, it
4
succeeds.
because con save, or because Rick's in
I
the
mean,
area.
That's for concentration, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that succeeds. That's fine.
Yeah, 19. Shout out to
And-
staying close to Rick as physically possible.
That is its whole turn. Seal, your turn.
Okay.
It looks terrible, at least.
Do I go after that one or the other ones? I know Rick is there. I'm gonna go after the other one that I can see.
Okay.
I'm going to just charge up to it. I'll use 30 feet, and I will go into a rage.
All right.
So that does, let me get this right, 4 fire damage. Anything in 10 feet, so
4 fire damage. Got it.
and then I will start attacking
Go for it.
with my glaive. It's all better. Okay, 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, that is 8, 13, 16 damage. What is that? Why don't I know what my slash? 16 slashing.
16.
And I'll attack again. 23.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, and then that is 15, 18 slashing.
Okay.
Okay, so that was my bonus action, and I'm just gonna stay there. So yeah,
Okay.
that's
Simple
it.
enough. Next up, the next bullet. Is that this one? That's that one, and then okay. Well, they go one after the other. So one will begin to burrow. Will burrow down into the ground, and will dash. To here, still fully underground. So I'll just not technically visible at the moment, but you can see as it burrows the kind of the mound that is being kicked up and torn through on above it on the surface. So you're roughly aware of where it's at. And then the next one will retaliate against you, Seal, and it will make 2 bite attacks against you. First one is garbage. 12.
That's
Worse. So they both miss.
Cool.
That's great.
Great, love it.
And that's it. That's its whole turn. Next up is Rick, who will probably kill this thing in a single go. Let's see. He's just going to wail on it. Yeah. He's just going to use his great axe and take... Wait. Oh, no, he needs to use his spear because he's currently got the torch. So he's going to make 2 strikes with Ruin's Wake. See, every time I play him, he does what feels like a normal amount of damage. Every time AJ plays him, he does like 85 million damage in a single strike. I don't know how to play him well, I guess, so it's okay. Rick can look a little less impressive every once in a while. 14 points of damage. And he will reposition himself to 10, 15, 20 to the side, looping around it, and preparing for the other one to make an appearance as well. That'll be his turn. Mal, you're up.
Did he rage?
He did not.
Okay.
I am going to scooch up here, and as my bonus action, I'll cast Spirit Shroud on myself. So I will deal an extra 1d8 radiant damage when I hit a creature within 10 feet of me. Any creature that takes this damage can't regain hit points until the start of my next turn, and it also will have its speed reduced by 10 feet. If it starts its turn within 10 feet of me, it will have its speed reduced by 10 feet. And then I'm gonna use Shocking Grasp.
Okay.
22 to hit.
That hits.
Excellent. Where's my d8? It's 12 damage.
Okay.
And that will end my turn.
All right. Yeah, this thing's looking on its last legs already, so not doing too great. Hux, you're up.
There we go. Take myself off of mute as I am snacking. I'm having a very Rick-oriented snack. There's lots of cheese involved.
Oh,
Good.
I didn't add my extra radiant damage.
Oh, yeah, do that.
Kill it.
Sorry. And I said that and then immediately forgot it. So that's going to be an additional 5 damage.
Okay. Even more so, almost dead.
Oof. Okay.
See, that's why I make sure. The one thing that's cool about Foundry is I love having the little token tooltip where it's like, oh, this character is concentrating. If you want to add an indicator on you for something, that's the only other thing that I'm like, yeah. That little extra thing on your token, it helps me remember things at least.
Okay. I'm going to send 3 Eldritch Blast beams into the guy, and hopefully at least one of them will hit.
Okay.
That one wasn't bad. What even is my to hit? A 19.
That hits.
Okay. The other one's higher because I rolled a 15 on the die, and I rolled a 16 on the die, so I'll just roll all 3 because I can't see any other monsters from where I'm at. Boink.
Beasties.
14.
It's
10.
dead. It's
okay.
dead. The first one hits it and just straight through the front of its mouth as it kind of opens up to try to grab at someone, and then it plops down. Little stumpy legs flailing out there.
I mean, they're kind of cute up close, actually. 5, 10.
You should see the babies.
20. Okay. I can see the corner of the other one from there, so I'll hang out right here.
Okay. It is Melancholy's turn. She will just rush up where she saw it coming from and wait and hold her action to use both attacks against it when it pops up, assuming it pops up here. Question will remain hiding. And it'll come back to you, Nim.
Okay. The next command that they will issue is wait for another violet to pop up and continue to attack it recklessly when it does. So instructing it to hold its reckless attack until it pops up.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna move the two of us. See if I can see. I like to there. Okay. Can Nimra see it? Yes. Oh, that was Scoot the tooltip was on. That's funny. Actually. Okay. What is this? Oh, yeah. That's totally fine. Let's do another lightning bolt for funsies.
Okay.
I'll do a 4th level this time.
Okay.
Aiming it at this one here. In theory, it should avoid Celiana. With that aim. Yeah. So can I get a Dex 18 save?
That is a failure.
Okay, this was 4th level. Rolling it in D&D Beyond again. 33 points of lightning damage.
All right. Yeah, those hurt very bad. They do not like those at all.
Okay. And then that was 15 feet of movement. Do they have any specific or interesting bonus actions? Can take study as a bonus action. Okay, so what is the study action again? Does that let me recall anything salient against them?
I think I vaguely remember.
Nature. See if I can recall, like... Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna do some Pathfinder shit here. I'm gonna ask for... What is its weakest save? I'm gonna take that as a study action as a bonus action. So I think I have to roll the check, which in this case is nature. I think.
Okay.
Okay. 19. Would Nimmer be able to recall its weakest save?
And does it tell you, like...
No, this is 2024 rules.
Yeah, I'm saying,
I don't
like,
fucking know what I'm doing with this.
Does it just assume I'm supposed to make up a DC for it on the spot? Or does it base it on something? That's what I was trying to check real quick, but this fucking shit is not easy to navigate.
It doesn't. Do it against its AC.
I mean...
I don't fucking know what else to say.
I'm gonna check real quick. Areas of knowledge, whatever, nature, okay. When you take the study action, intelligence check to study your memory, book, clue, or another source of knowledge. And that's it. So I'm just gonna... Yeah, fuck it. Let's just say against its AC. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and what was it that you were trying to recall?
Weakest save.
Intelligence.
Okay, I don't think any of us have intelligence-based saves, do we? Okay. Good to keep in mind.
I will say, well, I'll touch on that later. That's fine. But okay, yeah, intelligence.
Okay, that was 15 feet of movement to move up. Nimmer is immediately, expeditiously, now that they were able to peek, gonna move back. Oh wait, that was 10 feet. Okay, come on. There we go.
There you go.
Okay.
All right.
Gonna continue instructing Scoot to be their eyes.
Seal, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna keep hitting it.
Okay.
Okay, that's a 14.
That hits.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
That is... I can do math. That is 15.
Okay.
Piercing. And... I'll hit it again. Aha! That's a natural one, but it's an 11.
That hits.
Okay. Cool.
Yo. Okay.
Okay, and that's max damage. Okay, so that's 15, 18.
It dies. Kaplish!
Cool.
It's dead.
Amazing.
Incroyable.
She's just gonna be like, cool, I did it, and then I guess I can see that there's movement over there happening, so I guess I'll move up.
The maximum amount of people to affect.
I guess I don't know exactly where it is. I just know that it's in this area. There was some movement.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm just gonna move up 35. Just to be closer.
Okay.
And we'll see. And yes. That is... Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do.
Okay. As you rush up, waiting for the other one to appear, you hear. But both near you and coming from this direction.
Oh, fuck.
As moving up, you start to see. Let me see, I need to check something here. Okay. You start to see a mound rise to the surface and cracks in the rock with a dull orange light coming out.
Not the magma
As well.
bullet.
Reza rolled the worst possible one on the thing. So, and until it, let me see. Can it do that in someone's space? No, so it will appear. Nope, too far. It will appear and out of the ground between all of you.
Ow.
Much larger than the others, and on the initiative at 12 with its initiative roll.
Fun.
Just as the other one out of the ground.
Magma Landshark.
If I could make it visible, please. Thank you. Why are you fucking not? Thank you. Boosh! Right next to it. And the Magma Landshark will move first. Take its turn. And it will... Nom nom nom. Come here, Huxley. It's going to eat you. Because it bursts out of the ground, and you, based on what the token looks like, it looks like it's looking at you. It's gonna go. Nya, nya, nya.
Look, this is just a fulfilling prophecy.
You're
Immediately,
welcome.
the
This
first
was my
thing
gift
that
to you.
happens to you guys
That's my
down here,
shitty dice roll.
the first thing, I was like, yeah, maybe it'll take a little while for the Magma Landshark to show up. So,
Nope.
Hux,
Nimra's taking notes.
what's your AC, Huxley?
Probably not high enough. It's a 16.
That's a 22 to hit.
Yep,
So,
just barely.
give me a dex save, please. As it comes out of the ground, mouth massive and open, and immediately tries to swallow you. And its
Have I told
jaws.
you?
First of all, its jaws do around you, so you are taking
Oh,
damage,
fun.
and you're gonna dex save.
Fun. Okay. Have I told you about my shark thing as a person, not just as Huxley?
No, I genuinely thought it was the memories of all the fucked up sharks you guys had to fight in the whole Netherdeep
Oh,
thing.
no, Huxley's on the list, but a very large, like 3 pages worth of characters that I've been keeping track of on a list have been attacked by sharks, usually multiple times. I think the highest, oh, that's a fail. That's like a 7.
Ooh,
I'll
okay.
send my list to you. Huxley just moved up on it.
Oh no.
This seems right.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
that.
You take 51 points of piercing damage.
Oh, cool. I'm resistant. That's
To
fine.
piercing? Okay. 51 halved to 25.
Cool.
and 15 points of fire damage, which you're also resistant to.
Yeah.
Halved to 7.
Cool.
And
Cool.
you are,
This is
and
fun.
Huxley is swallowed
Oh, never mind.
entirely
That's bad.
into the Landshark. You have total cover on attacks from outside the Landshark. At least you are blinded and restrained.
Cool. This is
Within
fine.
it. So you are, let's see, blinded, which means you can't see shit. Let's see, and where's restrained? Restrained is somewhere on here, for God's sake. I think, is it just the grappled? I'll just put grappled on you for now, so I know. And you are now within the Bullet's, the Landshark's space. It swallows Huxley whole. Okay, that's right. At each of, okay, got it. And this is an action. Okay, so that is it. And it has 5 more feet of movement. It's gonna boop, move over. That's its turn. And now the Bullet will take its turn, and it will make both its bite attacks against Rick.
There are some of us that had held actions, by the way.
Which is?
I think, didn't both
Melancholy
Melancholy have a held action? And
Right,
so did
she
the
was
Shadowy
gonna
Amalgamation.
The Bullet when it came out, which she was right there, so she's going to go for this. It is, can it reach here? 5, 10,
It can actually
20.
go past it between them, because it has that special feature that when it flies through something, it does extra damage.
To them?
Yeah, let me verify. Let me open that spell. I don't know why I just closed it, but...
Well, regardless, your order was to attack the next Bullet that pops up, which was this one first, so it'll go to this one. Oops, so it'll move through it.
No, okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, for the one attacking Rick, that's a miss, and...
It would only be able to move to here, Ruby. It can fly through, but it treats everything as
gotcha.
difficult terrain, so here.
Gotcha. So it gets there, it'll make both its attacks against this one, and Rick will take 1 attack. The other one missed from the Bullet. And he will take... Wow, maximum damage. 28 points of piercing damage. At which point he characteristically just kind of laughs. He's like, oh, okay, is that it? All right.
Oh.
Okay. And let me make the attacks for the amalgamation. It is still attacking recklessly. Oh, gosh. Okay, so that's a hit. The amalgamation will do 7 points. No, it had advantage, so 12 points of psychic damage to this Bullet. Okay. That is its turn. Then Rick will retaliate.
Melancholy.
Oh, right. Her attack, yes. She has 2. That's out of the... Oh, that's a hit. Wait, is it? This is the Magma Landshark. That is a hit, and that is a hit also.
Held actions. Very important.
Okay. So she will do... Okay. 25 points of slashing damage against it. Okay. Got it. Now, with that concluded... Oh my god, if I could please, thank you. Alright, now Mal, it's your turn. And at the start of your turn...
Or was it Rick's turn?
Did I not do Rick's attacks? Oh my
No, he
god, I
did
am
his
completely losing.
No,
I
sorry,
did.
I interrupted you.
So I didn't. I did not do Rick's attacks. Okay.
Okay.
He will rage now that there is a bit more of a concerning threat going on. Let's see. He'll just kind of drop the torch on the ground and then stow his spear and two-hand his battle axe and use that now instead. And we'll make a move here to carve through this bullet to then push on to the magma one. Okay, so first, still recklessly attacking. That's a natural 20. And 19 still hits. All right. I'm still, I need AJ to give me crash course on doing 100 damage a turn because I don't get to do that, and I want to do that.
Action smite,
It
bonus
has to do
action
with
smite.
smites.
Is it with smite? Because he doesn't always do smites every attack. I don't know. I'll ask him. We'll see. He's gonna save that stuff for the big one anyway. So, and 15, 17. That's 32 points. And okay, somebody point this out on this fucking sheet with a million words on it. Where is the rage damage? How do I know what his rage damage is?
I had to pull up the in D&D Beyond. I had to pull up the chart. So let me pull that up for you.
Okay, thank you. He's level 4.
Okay. Level 4 rage damage is 2.
So 37 total. Boom, there we go. That's his turn. Now it's your turn, Mel.
All right. I am going to take steady aim since I haven't moved to give myself advantage on my next attack.
Okay, and just before you attack, starting within as the thing leaps out and consumes Huxley, it hits the ground and a wave of heat comes off, and you will take 17 points of fire damage, which you're resistant to, so it's reduced to 8.
Okay.
Oh, Rick also took that.
Okay.
14 points for Rick.
I am gonna cast Chromatic Orb at 3rd level on the Magma Bullet.
Okay.
I can find it in my spell list. There it is. Okay, so that is 21 to hit.
That hit? Yes, that hits. I keep forgetting.
Okay. Oh,
Not the
that was
same
a little scary.
No, I didn't. The bullets are really low AC, and I assumed it was that. Then I was like, wait, I forgot. I need to check. No, it doesn't.
Okay. So I'm gonna make that cold damage. That's 5d8. God, I'm so bad at math.
The trade-off of getting to roll real dice.
Yeah.
Say it out loud and I'll add
I'm
it.
not ashamed that I'm using a calculator for basic addition. That's going to be 23 cold damage.
23 cold damage, okay.
Plus my additional radiant. So that's 4 radiant damage.
Okay. The cold, the orb, frozen orb flies over to it and shatters across it. You see the ice freeze over its skin for a moment before it slowly melts off.
And that will end my turn.
Okay. Huxley. Ah! It hurts! You are being swallowed down a glowing, red-hot gullet. You cannot move. You cannot see a fucking thing. What are you doing?
This sucks.
Yeah.
Let's. I'm gonna give it indigestion. Let's do something. Yeah, I'm just gonna make myself very unpleasant to eat. We're gonna cast a spell. Which one? Okay, that could be kind of cool. Come back. We'll do something a little different. Why not? I'm going to use one of my sorcery points to which one of these is fun?
Mention door out.
I can't see. I'm blind.
True.
Oh wait,
You
I guess I
can
could
see.
do that.
No, it's a place you can see.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I always think that most teleportation spells say a place you can see. I'm gonna cast Flame Blade, but I'm going to transmute it to make it a Thunder Blade instead. Because that seems like a kind of cool thing to do. I'm gonna start raging inside of it. So I'll use my bonus action, and then I'll use my action to cast the spell, and then my action to strike it. We'll do this one. Nope, that's a natural one. Never mind. I'm just gonna hang out in here.
Okay.
Nope. That was quick.
All right. Yeah, struggling to try to get a hold of it. You try to get your hands into the place to set it off, and you keep getting compressed in unexpected and uncomfortable ways.
I hate this!
From somewhere. And, okay. Melancholy will just move up and take both her attacks again against this bullet. That's a hit. That's a hit. $24 points to this one. Boom. And then she will... This thing seems... Well, she's also within range, so it's fine. Yeah, she's just gonna hold. And assuming this one dies next, she'll go for the Magma Landshark after. Question will hide again.
Real.
Oh, almost dropped the die. Okay. Nimra, your turn.
First thing
Oh.
that they're going to do.
Wait, I forgot. Melancholy takes the fire damage, and you also take the fire damage as your turn starts.
Okay, how much?
Melancholy takes 5, which is reduced to... No, I made her the new tiefling, so she's not resistant anymore. She takes 5. Nimra, you take 12 points of fire damage.
Jesus. Okay, and a con save with advantage. Okay, that is going to be a 18.
Okay. That succeeds.
Okay. So then, good to start.
Yeah.
Nimra is going to issue a command to the amalgamation.
Mm-hmm.
Instill fear within both of these bullets. So, hopefully casting a fear spell.
Okay. It's once per day fear. The DC for it is 12. So both of these will make a wisdom save of 12.
DC 12 was...
For the bullet, that's a... Pretty sure that fails. That's a failure. And for the magma bullet, that's a success.
Okay, that's the one I didn't want. Yeah, because in the tooltip for the fear spell, I was really banking on the fact that it says drop whatever it's holding.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's like sliding down his throat. That doesn't really count. It's not grappled anymore. He's just swallowed.
Okay.
Let's see. So the fear makes it so that they are now frightened, which means they must take the dash action and move away by the safest route available on each of its turns. Understood.
Which is like, okay. And
well,
this
it can
is
burrow,
probably,
so it can just run away.
Yeah. This is probably an absolutely fucking terrible idea. But Nimra is gonna drop concentration
On the
on the
amalgamation?
amalgamation.
Okay.
And it stays
it-
for 1d6
wait,
so long.
right.
Yeah. Do you want me to roll that, or do you want to roll that?
Go ahead, roll it.
4. 4 rounds.
4 rounds. Okay. You just lose control of it, yes?
Correct. Which is why I
Okay.
controlled it first. So at least with this turn. Because I feel like it may be salient to instead, because Nimra still has an action, bonus action, reaction, use the action to cast Big B's hand. I feel like that might be a good idea right now. Potentially. 7th level. I'm putting that tooltip off. I just need to double check. Huge or smaller. Okay. Yeah, I think it's Nimra is going to summon the hand just literally directly on top of this creature.
Every time I'm like, I always remember that I forgot to get a
It's
goofy
large.
JPEG of a hand. I want a big JPEG of a hand going like
Just
this, but I always forget
Just put
to
a
do it.
mage hand up.
I don't have an image for that.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. I never remember to do it. Anyway, just right on top of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it is, I believe this is controlled on the first turn. It is controlled with the bonus action. And then subsequently controlled with the bonus action afterwards.
The turn you summon it, you can still control it?
When you cast a spell and as a bonus action, you can move it and control it.
Okay. Gotcha.
So this counts as when you cast the spell.
Gotcha.
So,
All right.
it has...
Gonna go to my go-to. Big scary
It's a
skull.
plus 8 to hit.
All right.
So I'll roll that one.
Go ahead. No, we're gonna mix it up. It's gonna be a big scary eyeball this time.
Woohoo!
Ooh.
Okay. Large creature.
That's 4 squares, right? Okay. Okay, it's not showing up on top of it, so I'm just gonna put the eye sticking out a little bit so I remember that it's there. It's on top of it. Okay.
Okay. So this gigantic spectral hand attempts to slam its fist down on top of the bulette with a...
Is it still Haster's hand?
It is still Haster's hand.
Yay! Okay, I had to check.
I think it's funny to have that.
The
I rolled a
best things
14
that
on the
happened.
dice, so that's with a plus 8 to hit, because its strength modifier is a plus 8, I
Like
believe.
22?
22 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. And because it's cast at 7th level, getting an additional 2d8. So that is 9d8 force damage onto it.
Oh, I forgot. Scoot has to take. Hey, he's immune to fire damage. Never mind.
Yeah.
Forgot.
So he's fine.
Yeah. So how much was the damage total?
Rolling that right now. 44 force damage.
44. Oh. It's just kind of like it is not. That doesn't. Huxley,
Sorry,
you feel yourself
Huxley.
get squished a little in there.
This is like terrifying, honestly. Like,
Oh wait, it's controlled on the action. And then subsequent bonus actions. Nimra still has a bonus action.
And not the same turn though. It's already taken its action this turn. So on subsequent
Yeah, on
turns, you
subsequent
still have
turns.
an action and you can hit with the bonus action. Yes.
But the bonus action is important here right now.
But yeah, you do still have your bonus action this turn. Yes.
because on Scoot's turn, I'm going to command him to disengage.
Okay. You got it.
And Nimra will click their heels together and activate the Ethereal Striders, which gives them up to a maximum of... So for every +2, 70 feet in sacrificing their movement speed.
Where are these things?
Sacrificing their movement speed to teleport. Up to 70 feet, so +2. And with the 2024 edition of the rules, Nimra has a +14 in Arcana, so 70 feet of movement.
Yep.
Nimra is going to teleport not super far, so that way Scoot can still be their eyes. Nimra is going to teleport, like, if I... Oh, I'm targeting myself, haha. Like... do I want to go far? No, it's gonna run away, and I don't want Nimmer to be alone. We'll go... yeah. We'll go here. Oh, that's Scoot. It's fine. Scoot can move.
Yeah.
Scoot has that much movement anyways, and they're gonna have to stay on top of Nim, so...
Right.
And they disengage, so no opportunity attacks against him.
But what about you? Well, you teleported, so you're fine.
Teleport.
Okay, gotcha.
That was the line of thought. Actually,
Come back! All right, understood.
That's both Nim and Scoots.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, Seal, you're up.
Okay. Seeing Nimra poof, she is going to. I think she's just gonna get onto the other side of this thing.
Okay.
Seeing that Melancholy is across.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna attack.
Okay.
Uh, 23.
Okay. That hits.
Okay. Ooh, that is 9 piercing.
Okay.
Second attack is a dirty 20.
That hits.
And that is 16.
Okay. Yeah, it's not
Piercing.
looking too great.
Bonus action. I think this is probably immune to fire, so she's not even gonna try.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that is her turn.
All right.
Oh wait, those should have had advantage with whatever they hit.
I mean, yeah, they hit.
What, you could have
I
crit?
guess I can see if it's a crit, but
You want?
nope. Nope. We're good.
All right. On its turn, at the start of its turn, Huxley, you take... This is going to take too long. I'm fucking rolling this on a computer.
I don't like to hear that.
45 points of fire damage. Reduced to half.
So 20, 22.
Yes. 22 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And then, going to take its actual turn here. Two options. Do I want to try to swallow someone again?
Multiple?
Or do I want area of effect? Yeah, I can swallow more than one person.
Is it hungry?
Is it?
Is it?
Yeah. Yum, 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 yum. Come here, Mal.
Oh no! I don't want a partner.
You're close to Rick. You got saves. You got bonuses to saves. Just remember that.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, actually, Is it smart enough? What's its intelligence? No. Okay, it's just gonna try to eat you.
It's a monster. Probably not.
It has like 2 intelligence.
Nice.
So, all right.
Oh yeah,
Mal?
duh. Nimrod determined intelligence was the weakest save.
On the regular bullet.
Yeah.
But it is the same for this one too, so it doesn't matter. That is a dirty 20.
That hits, but I'm gonna use my reaction to uncanny dodge.
Oh, that reduces the damage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it just all the damage you take?
When an attacker you can see hits you with an attack, you can take a reaction to have the attack's damage against you.
Okay.
Round down.
Got it. So then, let me do the total damage. I'm also going to roll that because it's going to take too long. All right, so 45 points of piercing damage, halved by uncanny dodge to 22. 14 points of fire damage, halved by your resistance to 7, halved by uncanny dodge to 3.
Okay.
And now give me a dex save.
Remember,
You have
you
plus
get an
4
addition.
from Rick.
Plus how many from Rick?
Plus 4.
Actually, you're probably very fine with that.
15 plus 4 is 19.
Okay, that succeeds. It tries to, it comes down onto you. You kind of catch, you like throw your weapon up and catch its jaw open and then shove it back off of you before it can swallow you. And you see Huxley's legs kicking as they come down.
Huxley, we're gonna get you out of there! Hang on!
Okay, and there's also
Oh my
something
God.
I forgot to do with its token, which I guess I might as well do now before it dies.
Oh.
It emits light,
Oh,
Yeah.
so
how nice.
Nimrod didn't need Scoot then.
Rick also has a torch up too.
Yeah.
There we go, double light. Okay. Next is the bullet's turn. It will lash out with its last 2 bites before it gets inevitably killed to death.
That's what we like to hear.
So many targets around it.
Is this the one that's afraid?
This
Yeah,
is the one that's afraid, so it has to run away. It burrows. Ah! All 3 people attack it at once.
Attack of opportunity.
So the amalgamation,
Kill it.
that's a hit. Melancholy, that's a hit. Rick, that's a hit. How much health does it have? It fucking dies. It dies. As it's running, it gets like carved in by all 3 at once and dies with its little butt hanging out of the hole that it just made. It's dead.
Nice.
Now it is Rick's turn, who will start his turn. Wait. No, I already did that earlier. Rick will take 16 points of fire damage at the start of his turn, reduced to 8 by his rage, and he will attack. Wow. Not great. That is a miss on both counts. A 2 and a natural 1.
Hmm.
Okay. Mal. Your turn. You will start by taking 20 points of fire damage reduced to 10 by your resistance.
Okay. I am going to think for a hot second because I've had to recalculate
Mm-hmm. I'm also,
my plan.
now that it's not controlled, I'm going to roll the amalgamation's independent initiative real quick.
Sounds good.
Now that
Okay.
it's not under your control. Got it. It's basically there anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am going to use my cunning action to disengage and put some distance in between me and the bullet.
Smart.
Okay.
I'm gonna scooch all the way back up here, next to Nimra.
Okay.
The
and
coward's
then-
corner.
Yeah. The squishy spellcaster corner.
Yeah. Actually, Nimrod can
I'm
probably
not
stay
that
close to the
squishy,
front.
but
Nimrod can have an AC of like 23 right now.
and then I'm gonna hit it with another chromatic orb.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that at 2nd level. That's a 11 to hit.
That does not hit.
Okay. Then that's my turn.
Okay. As the orb comes spinning towards it, it spins around and tail whips it and shatters it into the air, sparking the ice everywhere. That's your turn. And Huxley, it's your turn in there.
I'm just gonna wildly start shooting Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
we're panicking. There's no plan anymore.
You do have disadvantage, right?
Valid.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Go for it.
I'll roll 6 dice. We'll do that. Actually, no, we won't do that. That's a bad idea. I'll just roll it twice. That's a 13, and that got cocked. 15, so 13 plus 9, 22.
That hits.
Okay. That's 5 damage.
Okay.
No, stop that. It's a 7. Stop that. And a 5. That's a 14 on the second one.
Does not hit.
14. Stop that. Not good. 15?
Does not hit.
Okay, that's me.
You're trying to shoot them off, find no way to get them, and then just kind of into something around you, and you feel like as you do, and that's about as much as you get out of it.
You hit once, right?
Yeah.
Melancholy will turn. Okay, Huxley, I'm coming, and we'll just start hacking into roughly where she thinks you are. Hopefully, maybe not. That's cocked.
Distant cursing in Primordial.
That's a hit. That's a miss. She gets 1 hit.
Does she get advantage because I'm flanked?
Oh yeah. Still a miss on that one.
Okay, wait. Not to say,
And not, a
not to
crit on the other
interrupt,
one.
but if we're playing by 2024 rules, didn't they get?
Oh yeah,
rid
there's
of
no
them?
flanking anymore. Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I gave it to you the first time, so yeah, that's fine. Okay. That is. Oh, she also takes 5 fire damage at the start of her turn, but she gets 1 hit. She does 13 points of damage to it. Really looking on its last legs now. That is her turn. Question will hide again. And then it's the Amalgamation's turn, which will
Yep.
rush up to you. It does not like what you've done to it.
Shield reaction, by the way. I'm just gonna preemptively cast that.
I mean, okay, it's
Yeah.
not
If it
gonna
hits. Yeah.
claw at you though.
Oh.
Let's see. Unless I'm misunderstanding what this is. Let me check. Never mind. That's not what I thought it was.
Yeah. Oh, the floating through. Yeah, it takes damage if it lands
No,
in
not
you.
that.
It does not do damage.
That's a different thing that I was looking at. Okay, so that's useless. Okay, so yeah, it will just claw you. So it's a plus. What's your AC?
18. Up to 23 if it hits for shield.
Okay. That's a miss, and it only gets 1 attack. Well, it's recklessly attacking, so that's still a miss. So
Sweet.
doesn't even matter. No need to use the slot. Your turn.
Okay, so a couple of things I want to discuss above table. Do we want Bigby's hand to just continue donk? Or are we worried about Huxley in there? If the thunk is hard enough, do we want to try to see if we can use the hand to force the jaws open? And get our little boy out? Because I don't know what that would be. Would that be a grapple check?
I mean,
Dungeon Master?
it's one hand, so it's like it can't really pull. It
Yeah.
can
You
like
can
shove
hold it
itself in
closed.
there, or it
Yeah,
can
it can,
hold
like-
it closed.
So what I was thinking was
That's
it would
its
like
only
rip
attack so
part of the
far.
jaw up. Like,
Sure, I'll count that as a grapple. Sure.
that's what I'm asking y'all. Do we want to do that? Or do we want
I mean,
to just see if we can kill it?
It's mostly been trying to swallow people, so I think if we get rid of that as something it can do by either forcing it closed or whatever, I think that's a way to do it, because that's what we've seen it be doing so far.
Okay. So then, yeah, shit, I guess we'll try it. And then let me just verify. Oh, this is actually even better. Okay, I didn't realize this changed in the 2024 rules. Rather than having its own strength AC, it goes off of your spell attack. So actually, ooh, that's better. Nimra has a +10 rather than a +8. So. And then for the grasping hand, must succeed a dex save or the target has the grappled condition. So dex save
DC?
to my spell DC, which is 18.
Dex save, okay. That's a failure.
Okay.
So it just
It is open.
starts to tear it open and, yeah, it's not having a good time.
Okay, so that is, and then escape DC equal to spell save DC.
Okay.
So if it needs to escape it. That's my bonus action. Let's do action, shocking grasp to the amalgamation right in front of Nimra.
Okay.
So that's a +10 to hit. Okay. 22.
22, okay. Lightning damage? Or that's the hit. Yeah, that hits.
Yes. So 3d8 lightning damage.
Okay.
Okay, that's 8, 6, 7, 14, 21 lightning damage.
All right.
As Nimra's hand electrifies and goes out to grab at whatever they can grab.
Yeah, you have to grab the random bits of solid meat that are floating inside it, and then the lightning jumps between all of them. Yucky.
And let's take... Scoot is still there. How many times can the ethereal striders be activated? Oh. It doesn't say. It doesn't have a charge.
Oh, that's my bad. They're once per long rest.
Okay.
Got it. That myself. Just forgot to put that on them.
Okay.
Oh wait, it's once per long rest or short rest. I'll check my notes, but either way, you still have to rest again to use it. So.
Got it. Okay. That's basically everything that they can do then.
Okay.
Can Scoot do anything useful here?
Yes, boss. Remember, he's in spider form right now.
He cannot do anything useful right now.
Okay. Seal, your turn. You will take 12 points of fire damage.
Reduced
to 6.
To 6. All right. Great. I'm going to use 35 feet of movement, realizing that this is doing nothing, to go over here.
Okay. Gotcha.
And just to have reach in case things go poorly over there, and then I will just continue to attack the magma land shark.
Bullet. It's a cute name. Bullet.
The bullet.
In the past week, I have used so many classic D&D monsters that I have never used in 10 years of playing this game. I've run gelatinous cubes, these bullets. The fuck else was it? That's the story for later. But it's been so fun. They're very fun to use.
That's a 27 to hit.
That hits.
Which is 12 piercing.
How do you want to do this?
Oh, okay. I think she slashes through and tries to just like open up the throat or the stomach or insides and whatever to try and just like open it and get Huxley out of there.
Okay.
Yeah. Then I guess I'll turn to the whatever that is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Confirmed.
Scared.
It does that for more than one kind of creature type. If I press the dead button on it, it plays a very loud sound. Sorry.
That was incredibly loud.
What scared the shit out of me? It's gonna happen every time. I forgot that it doesn't do that in any of my other Foundry games. Okay, anyway. Oh my god.
If I die, can I explode like that?
Well, technically, you are. Well, no, that's. I forget. I think you're like you're an elemental, right? So if you're, I think it would do that if I marked you as dead. Actually.
Oh, that'd be fun.
I'll test it later. Anything else on your turn, Seal?
Yeah, I'm gonna use my second attack to attack the guy in front of Nimrod.
Okay. Creature.
Ooh. That is a 12.
That hit. Oh, that just misses, actually.
Okay.
Wait.
Wait.
Did it recklessly attack? I
Yes.
think it did.
have
Attack rolls have advantage against it until the start of its next turn.
Okay. Let's see. That's 17.
That hits.
Okay. Okay, that is 17 piercing.
All right.
And that is my turn. Well,
Okay.
Is it worth it to move another 5 feet? No, I'll sit there.
Okay.
I have reach.
And one last time on its turn, as it's carved open, but Huxley still needs to crawl out. Huxley, you're going to take the fire damage from it. As both, like, what looks like molten lava pours out of the gash in its stomach, and Huxley's hand pops out and starts trying to pull out of there. Let's see. Huxley, you'll take...
Thank God Huxley has so many resistances.
Oh, it's
Ass.
actually it's very good.
33 reduced to 16 points of fire damage.
Okay, cool. I actually did fine during all of that because I'm made of fire.
And I will now delete it and put you, like, crawling out of, like, here, I think it is, and I'll no longer blind you and grapple you. You are free. That is where you come out.
I choose to be prone on my face
Gotcha.
on the ground,
Oh,
covered
buddy.
in drool.
Rick will move up and attack this thing recklessly. That's a hit. That's a hit. All right. $22 points of damage. It is nearly dead. Mal, your turn.
Kill.
Hux, how hurt are you?
I'm fine.
On the ground,
That doesn't
lava
sound
dripping off of
fine.
his arms. I'm fine. I'm okay.
It's just my pride hurts more.
I'm gonna head over to Huxley and I'll do a cure wounds.
Okay.
So that's $17.
Hello, interjecting in the editing room here. Random technical difficulties befell us yet again. Reese is in audio-only form for the rest of the episode, but thankfully still present. But, you know, sorry.
You did cure wounds. Did you roll the healing and stuff yet? Or no? Mel?
Yes, it was 17.
Okay. 17 healing applied to Huxley. That was your action, and you moved. Anything else?
No.
Okay. On your turn, ending as Huxley is pulled fully from the torn open stomach of this magma bullet, and you heal him up just a bit, prone on the ground. Hux, what are you doing?
Oh, did we win? Are we are we done?
Almost, buddy.
Yeah,
Uh,
super close.
okay, cool.
Nimra released their creature, and now it's angry.
Oh, wonderful. Fun.
We would
All right.
not have dealt with the bullet, the magma bullet. Do we call it above table? Do you want me to say land
No, I
shark?
don't care. I don't give a fuck about no copyright. Fuck you.
Okay, yeah, real.
I'm not selling this shit. Well, I'm gonna make a Bullet t-shirt. Stop me, Hasbro. I don't give a shit. Your business is in the
tempt them.
toilet.
We
What are you
would
gonna
not
do?
have
Send the
dealt with
Pinkertons
bullet.
after me?
Yeah,
sorry, I'm done.
actually. Yes, they will. What do you mean?
I know.
We would not have dealt with it nearly as expediently if not for switching over to. And Nimra motions to the spectral hand that is still probably holding the carcass of the Bulette's mouth open.
Yeah, just
Ah! Huxley literally just slid back out, I guess. Shook it
Yeah.
out.
Almost certainly, yeah.
Right, no, I'm not blaming you for any. I am very grateful to not. Okay, I'm gonna stand up. Gets up, takes a second to orient himself, and then I'll Eldritch Blast the creepy shadows. Will do.
I hope you kill it.
I
Oh.
hope so too. That's
Wait,
a
do you still
23.
that hits.
All attack rolls against it have advantage until the start of
Oh.
its next turn, so you get to roll with advantage.
Cool.
It
Still
has-
hits.
It has 6 HP left.
Oh, I rolled
think you'll be
nine
fine.
hit point or nine damage. Boof.
But what if it
When your
crit?
first one hits it, like the energy from it pulses throughout, and then each of the little chunks of skin just until the shadow dissipates. And you are in the clear as combat comes to a close. Well,
Those were
it,
supposed to be rare.
they weren't kidding about the fucking bullets. That was like the second we got in here. What the fuck? Huxley, are you okay?
No.
Alright, fair enough.
But I'm also that you should know the answer to that question by now.
That's fair.
Uh,
Can we get inside now?
I'm nice and toasty. I'm not cold anymore. That's good.
I kept it good and safe in here. We're still good.
Good.
Did you win?
Yeah.
Okay. I won't ask next time. Fuck, sorry.
I'd
You
like to
can-
think that until Bigby's hand has finished, Nimra has commanded the hand to kind of position and move the magma bullet for better references for them to remember and memorize.
Just to pick it up
Like-
and ragdoll it around a little bit. This thing's fucking flopping around. And then just tosses it.
It can move a huge or smaller creature, so I mean,
I'm gonna get rid of the creepy eyeball on the map now.
yeah, after like 50 seconds, it just. I think 48 seconds to be specific.
Okay, are we gonna go inside now? Are we hiding? Are we
Yes.
hunkering down?
Let's go take a nap.
Yeah. Does it seem safe here, or should we find somewhere else?
Well, this is the spot we had just scouted out. I don't think anywhere else is gonna be necessarily safer from
I mean-
the bullets or anything, as long as we're quiet.
Fair. Are they going to be attracted to this area? I don't know anything about these things, so.
They said they're
Right.
just common in this part of the city, but they hadn't gotten any deeper because of them. So
They won't necessarily be attracted to the motion or whatever is going on.
that I don't know, but I mean, if we just kind of sit down and stop moving, maybe we'll be fine.
All right.
Can Nimmer try to remember if they are attracted to that?
They can be. They can be. It sort of depends on the magnitude of it.
Miss Melancholy is correct in that they can be attracted to movement. The more still we are, the less likely we are to attract them, though it is still a possibility.
Look at that. Miss Melancholy is correct. Again. Let's
I
go.
feel like that's literally what I was saying, but sure.
You can gather up and hunker down a bit in this in this structure. It's one of the taller ones that's still mostly standing. The space you enter into is some like 30 by 30 feet and there's a staircase on one side, a number of rooms around. There is a small hatch on the floor that is closed. A number of spaces you could probably tuck into here. You would have climbed in through a broken in section of what looks to be a window. Door seems to be caved in, sealed shut. Do we just like sleep on the floor or what? Well, I have a sleeping bag, so I'm gonna sleep in that. Are we like splitting up? Are we staying in the same area?
I
What are we
think
doing?
splitting up would be a supremely bad idea.
So we should do it. Or is that not?
No.
No.
We shouldn't. Understood. Are we poking around in these places at all, or are we trying to avoid doing that?
I don't know. Maybe it
I-
gives us a lead.
Are we all feeling up to do a little investigating? Or should somebody accompany myself?
I'm always down
I'm
to
not.
go poking around, but maybe we shouldn't go too far.
More the best.
We could do a little snooping. I don't mind. It's not too much.
Okay. Then, before I forget, just before you go snooping, that's when I'll say we'll go to break. And we're back from the break. Smooth as silk. And
Nobody will
Beautiful.
ever know.
What a great
No.
break that was.
Yeah. So restful.
Mm-hmm.
love how many times it's so obvious we did that. There's like 4 different episodes where it's, wow, what a nice break, which we never say otherwise. So,
I'm gonna start saying it every single time.
thank you.
Yeah.
It's consistent.
Just to obfuscate it a little bit.
True. So, going on that note, who is doing the investigating? What are you doing? Where are you looking? What's your plan of attack here?
I mean, I would like to, as we are looking around, I would like to see if there's like any writing signage, you know, things to like give us an indicator of like what these buildings were or where we are.
Yeah, start with an investigation check.
Now I can roll a number above a 5.
Yeah.
I'm in peril.
No.
That's a 21.
Okay. Are you poking around on this same floor, or are you starting to move up the stairs?
I'm gonna stay with wherever the party's going. So wherever the party chooses to migrate, I'll just kind of passively be looking for writing and stuff, if that makes sense.
Okay. And are we all staying together then? We're all moving to the same place?
Huxley might have that sort of wherewithal. I don't think Nimra does.
Okay. So then
Huxley
where's
is
Nimmer going?
considerate. I guess Nimra might stay in the area initially, but will probably be distracted if there is some sort of interesting. I think they're looking for artifacts, other non-letter symbols, maybe any interesting tomes. They're looking for objects, I guess I should say.
Okay, you give me an investigation check also.
I kind of want to inspect the latch, the trapdoor, not really, but you know, that thing. Whatever you said.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Natural 20 for a 29.
Okay. And where are you looking for these? First floor, or are you moving up the stairs?
To myself or Gwen?
To you. Gwen's looking at the hatch, which is on the first floor.
Nimmer will probably start on the first floor, but if they do not see anything interesting, they will continue moving up.
Okay. So, seems the majority of the group stays downstairs. Celiana, you go over to the hatch, and it is a kind of rather. So the whole place is mostly stone construction. The hatch is as well. It looks like, I mean, like a normal hatch. There doesn't seem to be a lock on it of any kind. It's just got a handle that you can pull on. Do you want to open?
I would love to open it.
Okay. Yeah, you can strain to open it. Go ahead and make a strength check, please.
Okay. 21.
Your dice are always so clunky.
Are they?
Every time you die here, clunk, like it's a real loud
I'm sorry.
clunk. You said, no, it's not a bad thing. I like it. It was 21?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, without issue, you move it. Dust kicks up around it. And there is a small little compartment in here. It is maybe like a couple feet in the space in general. And there is a little box in it, like a little lockbox.
I don't think she's gonna be able to fight it. I think she's just gonna grab it.
Okay.
Yeah. She'll
You
grab
grab
it and
it.
bring it out to the group.
It's a lockbox.
Does this look interesting to anyone? Anyone know how to open
Give me that.
things? Okay.
Oh, she puts it on the ground and pulls out her halberd. I know how to open things.
Alright, maybe I...
Maybe you
How
what?
big is this box?
It's like this big.
Oh,
So it's a little thing.
great. Then... Wait, do I have... What do I have? Do I have thieves? I have thieves tools. Wait, can I... can I just try to unlock it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Fine.
What roll is that?
It's a sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand, okay. Ooh. That's a 10. Do I have proficiency? I have proficiency. So 15.
Okay. Click. It's open.
Sorry, Mel. Maybe just hold off on that.
It would have been a lot cooler if I smashed it.
Probably. I'll open it.
Well, what's in it? Okay. There is a very weathered, looking like it's about to fall apart piece of folded up parchment inside.
Guess I'll unfold it. I don't know if I'll be able to read it, but...
It is give me a dexterity check
Dexterity check.
to open it delicately enough to not have it fall apart in your hand.
That's fair. 13.
Okay. You can just very gently open it, and the language is familiar enough. It is a very, very old form of Zemnian, and it will take you a few minutes to read it, to kind of decipher it, but you can. In that time, Hux, Nim, you start looking around, poking around. Huxley, remind me, what was it that you were looking for again?
Just signage, writing,
Right, okay.
things like that.
Now this first floor, there's a couple rooms in here. Each of them is pretty much barren. The only remnants of furniture here is something built of stone, and there's a couple things slightly still standing, but not too much there. Writing wise, there isn't really too much of anything. You can see what barely remains of the sort of bits of what were books. There's maybe 2 or 3 total in this first floor, and let's see, these what languages do you speak, Hux?
I can read any language if I can touch it.
Okay.
With my thingy.
Does
my
that tell
eyes
you
of
what
keeper.
language it is?
Come here. Why no work? Eyes. Why is my mouse? Hello? It just says you can read all writing. That's the
Okay.
only thing it says.
Okay, so then you wouldn't process that it's not a language you can read or a language you can read. You just read it automatically. So you find a couple of these. One of them basically entirely illegible, ruined to the point that it's useless. The other 2 are written. The one thing you do note, they do have a very different form, different manner of speaking, different lettering. But one seems to be a kind of very simple log of what seem to be destinations, like locations. Which, let me tell you here, it's all like locations and dates. And for the most part, now, I haven't, realizing this, I realized that I made a mistake here and I have to correct, and I'll come back with the specifics. I can't give you specific dates yet because I realized they used the wrong dating system, but you would be able to recognize that this is pre-divergence. This is
Okay, I was gonna ask. I was like, is this a normal calendar or a different calendar?
Yeah, the dating doesn't make sense because it is pre-calamity. You know that
Okay.
much as well. I would have to like think of something to actually give you numbers, but yeah, the dates are all pre-calamity. I will say you can give me a history check to determine how close it actually was to the start of the calamity, though.
Okay. And the destinations, are they destinations
The destinations
we
are
recognize?
so. Actually, yeah, I'll include this in the history check as well. Go ahead and
Okay.
give me the history check.
Boink. No, that's an 11.
Okay. So yeah, you're not sure how close to the calamity this is specifically, but with an 11, you recognize the names. The only names that you recognize are the names you've heard aloud recently. You see Shattengrod, you see Avalier, you see Aor, and you see this one wasn't mentioned, but this one, it's familiar enough to a word you do know. It is Zemniaz is the last one, and then Shattengrod as well is on the list. And there's two more that I will give you, but that you don't recognize. One of them is Guessar with a number by it. There, and this appears multiple times. It's like Guessar 22, Guessar 5, Guessar 22 again, Guessar 7, like that. And then the one other name you see, where is it? Sorry, give me 1 sec. I fucking lost it here. There it is. The one other one you see is Kath Moira, which you also don't recognize.
Okay. And the dates, I know you don't have the specifics, I don't need the specifics, but are they dates that are close together, like a couple years, or dates that are like
spread
far
out
apart?
over, some of them are what seem to be weeks or months apart. Some, though the calendar being unfamiliar to you, you don't know the month names. You recognize the month name changing, but you don't recognize, or the number of the month changing. And the years, this is when you flip through this whole thing from start to end to where the writing stops before the book is, there's still plenty of blank pages. That is a course of about 42 years.
Okay.
And then the other one is essentially the same thing, but completely full, and it goes back further. It seems this second one is a second book that was started after the first was filled. And Nimra, you, while Celiana opened the hatch and started messing with this box, started looking over the text she found, Huxley is going about, pulled these books out. You found nothing and started going upstairs. And the staircase itself is very large. It is like a sort of main central staircase that goes up, splits into two different staircases, which are both mirrored and both ascend up this tower. Getting to the second floor, you also find, again, similarly barren, desolate rooms. How high are you willing to go before you stop and come back down?
How high is this again? Or how many?
From what you
Floors?
can see down here, there's at least a couple more floors, but it's not totally caved in where you'd be able to see the roof. Though from outside, it was quite a high structure. You'd estimate there could be as much as 10 rooms in this thing, or 10 floors.
I keep forgetting I gave Nimra the spell when we were initially trying to find the key from Hammond Crate. Nimra has locate object.
Okay.
So in their head right now, if they think this book is in this area, they're going to envision the book that Question had shown them and had drawn in her dreams. And if it is within 1,000 feet of them, then Nimra knows the direction that it's in. It's probably not, but it doesn't hurt to just waste a second level spell slot on this.
You know it's direct. I thought locate object was you know the direction or you know the precise location within 1,000 feet. It's the direction within 1,000 feet and then nothing beyond that. Like if it's not within 1,000 feet, you get nothing.
Let me just read the spell.
Okay.
Or read the
That
spell
could
out loud
be.
for the
Yeah.
everybody here.
Gotcha.
This is also 2024 rules, so that might change it.
Yeah.
If this changed. You sense the direction of the object's location if that object is within 1,000 feet of you. If the object is in motion, you know the direction of movement. The spell can locate a specific object known to you if you've seen it up close within 30 feet, at least once. Alternatively, the spell can locate the nearest kind of object of a particular kind, such as a certain kind of apparel, jewelry, furniture, tool, or weapon. The spell cannot locate an object if any thickness of lead it blocks a direct path between you and the object.
Okay. And then the one
So
thing.
Nimra is
Okay. The one thing I.
Specific location if it's within 30 feet. Direction if it's within 1,000.
And this is, and tell me if I'm interpreting this correctly. That wasn't to say that like, so if you're asking for a specific object when you cast the spell, it'll tell you. It doesn't like if there's similar objects, it doesn't like redirect that because you specified that you're trying to use the spell to look. Okay, so yeah, you got nothing.
Okay. They'll still continue looking for anything that might be interesting and useful.
Okay.
And they
how
will
high
continue
are you
going
willing
up.
to go? Okay. As you go up, it takes a number of escalations before you come across anything. Most of the rooms are barren, desiccated, and don't have very much within them. Nothing really of note. Until about the 4th floor up, you find a room that has... what was your investigation check earlier?
Natural 20 for a 29.
Yeah, there is a hidden safe in this room. That is just barely visible due to the damage to the kind of surface of the wall, such that effectively you find it because like a bit of like the safe looks like it pushed forward against the wall some, so like just a handful of the bricks maybe are slightly forward out of place in a way that seems odd, and you're able to piece and find a wall safe.
Okay. I assume it's not movable from the position that is in.
Do you want to try to?
Yeah. Why not?
How do you want to do that? You want to just try to pull it out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, make a strength check.
15?
No.
So then, if it's not going to do that, I don't think they're going to be willing to expend another spell slot. And I don't think they have anything particularly useful otherwise.
Guys, where the hell did Nimra go?
Yeah, Nimra's going to start heading back down to get either one of the strongs or one of the sneakies.
Okay.
So
And
they're
in that
probably going to be...
time-
Yeah.
Seal, you carefully looking over the letter as you've daintily opened it up and spending the time to read through it to try to decipher the differences in the language. It is quite short and quite simple. And it reads... Let me pull it up here exactly. If you've come for this, then you've decided to make preparations. Meet me outside the Arcanium, and we'll talk. That's it.
Okay. I'll just, whoever is still around, I'll just be like, I've got a mention of the Arcanium, but I don't think it really tells us much about where it is or anything, but if anyone else wants to look through this, or I could try to translate it for you, but it might be somewhat of a clue.
And then as you come downstairs, who are you bringing up with you? Or who are you asking to come with you?
One of the sneakies or one of the strongs, so probably either Mal, Melancholy, or Celiana. So I guess the minute that Nimmer comes downstairs, I assume they probably do everything first before Nimmer comes down?
I mean, was there something anybody else wanted to do or say about the note? See, okay.
I'll just read it out and, give everyone the information. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know
Yeah.
really
I'll point out my weird books as well, but we can deal with those later.
I don't really know what this refers to necessarily, but it sounds like it was a known location for, I don't know, maybe we are on the right track trying to find this place, but
I mean, at the very least, it must be accessible from here somewhere.
it's true.
Yeah, I would hope. At least we're on the right track, you're right.
Then yeah, as you come down, ask someone to come with you.
I found a safe on the highest floor that we can access. That I have no means to get into. I was not
Just go up
strong
the
enough
stairs.
to pull it out.
Which floor? Which floor? Which floor?
If somebody might be more dexterous than I, or proficient with picking locks,
I can do that.
Or smashing them.
and bring the entire building down with us.
You guys are no fucking fun, man. Whatever.
I don't know,
You
sometimes
guys can head up.
these things require a more delicate touch.
Oh, yeah. I got a delicate touch, all right? When I want to.
Most
But there's
people
no
also
fun in
require
that.
a more delicate touch.
Yeah. Most people. You can head up, approach the safe on the 4th floor.
All right.
And if you would like to try, what are you trying to do?
One thing Nimmer did not do was look to see if there were traps.
I would first like to check it for traps, and I will use
Yeah.
my magic item that I've used once in the last 2 real ass years.
Okay.
Let me pull that up. Okay. Yes, so this will detect a secret door or trap within 60 feet of me, and if it does, it will pulse and point at the one closest by.
Okay. Ping! There is a trap on the safe.
You know, it's a really good thing we discussed this first.
Yeah.
Oh man, Nimmer could have accidentally triggered that.
Yeah, in that case, I would like to disable the trap, if I can.
Okay.
Nimmer will command Scoot to crawl onto Mal's shoulder and provide aid.
Awesome.
All right, go ahead and make a sleight of hand check with advantage.
Ooh, with advantage. Nice.
Gotta use familiars for all they're good for. 'Cause frankly, it's not much else. Sorry, Scoot.
It's whatever.
31.
Ooh.
Yeah, you kind of knowing that it's there, you try to follow the trace, and there is essentially what you can see and then feel a false set of latches in the lock that pushing them up to unlock it, to pick the lock, would have set it off. So you can disable that and in the same move unlock the safe. And it's unlocked.
Alright. Would you like to do the honors? It's open.
If you're not inclined to do so, sure.
And Nimmer will open unless Mal wants to.
All right. You open up the safe, and inside there's one thing: a dagger. It's got a dark metal blade, and it has a very intense hook to it. It comes up or down in a very severe hook.
Okay. First level, gonna cast Detect Magic.
It is magical.
Okay. But that doesn't tell me much. Detect Magic also lets you ask for the School of Magic if there is one.
Let me check something here. Okay. All right, transmutation.
Just wait until I give Nimra legend lore, and then you can just start doing lore dumps on everything.
Yes! My favorite! Excited.
Okay, so it's transmutation. Nimra doesn't have the identify spell.
You know the only other way to know its properties would be to attune to it then.
Yeah. Which means Nimra is gonna do what's probably a bad idea. I'm just gonna pick it up. Does anything occur when they pick it up?
No, you pick it up and it's a dagger.
Ooh. Whoa. That's pretty cool.
You know who can attune to it?
Oh.
Scoot?
Why do I always have to do this? The last time I did this, I exploded.
Oh, that poor imp.
Worry not, I can resummon you.
Yeah, worry not. It's just gonna fucking hurt really fucking bad. Alright.
Kind of adorable when he
Give me
protests
it.
like that.
Just fucking give me it.
Nimmer passes the dagger to Scoot.
Okay.
I would love to be a fly in the wall to like if this was real. I would love to see that. Who's to
It's
say
gonna
it's
take
not,
him an
though?
hour, so he's gonna sit for an hour to attune to it.
Nice.
I'm gonna go
Just
back
wanted-
downstairs since I'm assuming that that's where we're sleeping and shit.
Yeah, we should head back to camp.
Sure.
You can redescend, and he will sit and attune to it.
Sick.
And as soon as he does, he's like, huh. I mean, I feel fine. I didn't die. But what he can reveal is that it is a +1 dagger that when you hit with an attack with it, you can spend 1 hit die and deal an extra 3d6 necrotic damage.
That's cool.
Oh. If anybody has any extra attunement slots, that would be pretty sweet. Pretty goated if I do say so myself.
Guys, stop.
Who wants it?
I mean, I will never say no to a shiny knife.
You were the one that was able to acquire it.
Ah, thank you.
All right. And if you would like to sit and attune to the dagger,
I would.
okay.
gimme.
Yeah. You're making grabby hands. It's good.
So for now, what you'll do is add a +1 dagger to your inventory
Okay.
and rename it the Core Cut Dagger.
Ooh.
Pretty fucking cool.
Guys.
So what are we like sleeping in here? I'm
I
guessing.
think so.
Okay. I'm gonna set up my stuff. She'll start setting up a tent in here because it's cold.
Is this when we all start like huddling for warmth, or
Are we?
How cold is it?
this was above table, by the way?
I know.
Yeah.
Bring it in.
I mean,
I
have
have
we reached that
room.
point yet? Are we that desperate? I
Desperate?
have.
Is it desperation? What is it? Is it so wrong to want to be close to your friends?
I reach over and I sling my arm around Huxley's shoulders. Oh, Huxley, don't you like us? After all this
I'm
time?
currently, I'm covered in landshark vomit.
Oh.
You didn't clean that off yourself yet?
I've been distracted.
How many of us know prestidigitation?
I think I do, actually.
Okay.
I've been distracted.
Oh, Mr. Rose. I love his name so much. I just love the like Mr. Rose. Very book character.
I struggled for a long time over what to name him, and it went through several. I wanted to name him Ambrose, but that's why I went with Rose for his last name, because I didn't want to say Ambrose for an entire campaign.
Okay, but that's pretty fucking sweet. That would have been a cool name. But I mean, Huxley Rose is also still, regardless, a cool name.
Thank you. I chose it.
So what is your sleeping arrangement? How are you setting up a camp in here?
How large is this space?
This main chamber is like 30 by 30 feet, and there's a couple of side rooms that are about 20 by 20 each.
I'm trying to decide, because Nimra is partially aquatic. would they? How impacted by the cold would they be?
I mean, it's pretty fucking cold, like uncomfortably cold.
Nimra's maybe
Gosh,
at
none
least
of us
going
has
to.
tiny hut, do we?
No, that would be cool though.
That would be really cool.
Again,
What kind of
I think
wizard are you without tiny hut? What are you even
No.
for?
I know, it's crazy. It's such a good spell. I considered taking Marvelous Mansion though at next level. Because why would you do Tiny Hut when you could have a fucking mansion instead?
Agreed.
You know? A mansion with whatever you want in it? Come on. That's
Oh.
easy. Wait, how long does Create Bonfire last? Oh, concentration up to 1 minute.
Aw.
And
Yeah.
I forgot to ask earlier, but would you have, after going to the safe, would you have gone up to any other floors to see if there's anything there?
Was there more?
There was. You didn't check the next 6 floors. You went to the 4th floor when you found the safe. There's 10.
Okay, you made it sound like that they had went up quite a bit higher. They're like, oh,
I said 4th floor.
Oh,
I
shit.
said you got to the 4th
did not
floor.
hear a number. They probably
Wanted to be fair.
would. Yeah. Well, everybody's attuning. Nimra's probably going to continue looking.
And that time, okay, that would have taken another hour of searching with that check from earlier, yeah. Okay, so then going further up, it's mostly more of the same. A lot of torn up empty rooms. By the 5th or by the 6th or 7th floor, you see walls caved in that expose the outside, and you get a very large bird's eye view of this space. But still not much. Getting up to the highest floor, you see that this did go higher, but the top half is completely missing. The top half of this tower came off. And there's 2 things of note here. There is one, you get a view of this place that extends far beyond what you've seen to this point. And you can see, like, from this distance, give me an intelligence check, just a flat intelligence check. Or perception, whichever you want. I know your perception isn't great.
I don't want to do a
fine.
perception check. Respectfully.
That's fine.
That's a 14.
It's a little hard to tell, but it could be a mile or 2 that this section of the city extends. And you can see there are some notable structures that stand out in the distance. 2. One kind of large building and another that's a very large kind of hooked spire that comes up much, much higher, almost to the top of the cavern. And then just beyond that, you can see a drop. What looks like just the city got carved right in, and it is a massive hole that extends down and out of reach that you can only see because of the bioluminescent growths that line it. You can see that it is very large. There's more buildings on the opposite side of it, and the hole goes down, very far down.
Oh, fucking hell, that's where we're going next, isn't it? Okay.
And in your searching around for anything of interest, anything of note, let me check here. You do find a couple of things.
Okay.
Again, loose, unintelligible scraps of parchment and books, damaged beyond the point that they can be understood. And but there is, let me see, let me find it here. There is one that you open up that parts of it are intelligible, but they are in a language you don't understand. But that's the one thing. How long does detect magic last?
10 minutes. So, recast?
Okay. If you recast it, this book does emanate a magical aura.
Okay. Which one?
There is more than one, I believe.
Hmm.
For one, conjuration. Yes, conjuration. And another, as you go through this book, the conjuration's kind of near the front. It is early on, and then near the back there's one other section that's legible enough to read. You detect illusion.
I'm wondering if it would be a good idea to... Okay. Can I try to see if Nimra might be able to recognize the spells? Or know
You
what they
don't
could
know the
be?
language. You'd have to have somebody who can read the language or understand the language.
To know what spells could be?
What do you mean?
What schools of...
Like in
So
what
you said
sense?
that there was conjuration magic and illusion
And
magic on
illusion.
the book.
You mean like what
That
spells
doesn't
are cast
necessarily...
on the book?
Yes.
You can make an Arcana check, sure.
Okay. 27.
There are no spells cast on the book. This is a faint magical aura emanating from this. These are spell formulas. This is an old spell book.
Oh. Okay, so Nimra is going to be able to pick it up. Put it into their bag of holding, along with some of the other... If they're... I think I remember you saying most things were unintelligible, but anything that is intelligible, Nimra is going to pick up and put into their bag of holding to bring back to somebody else who might be able to read it.
Okay.
And head back down.
In doing so, yeah, you can do that. And heading down, you do know Huxley can do it if you'd like him to read it.
Yeah. So I also wanted to mention that if Huxley mentions out loud some of the stuff that he didn't pass with that history check, Nimmer could try to take a crack at it in the interim if they're sharing knowledge with each other.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Then you find, in sharing with each other, there are 2 spells here. But, hold on, I need to check something here. Okay, there. One of them, the one near the beginning, is plane shift.
Ooh, thank God. Fuck yeah.
And the other... Can you fucking just... Thank you. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Huxley, when you attempt to read this, you cannot read it.
Okay.
It appears as an unknown, unintelligible magical script.
What if we dispelled magic on it? Is
That's
that
what I
what
was
that
going to
face is
do.
for?
You can try.
Yeah.
Would you like to dispel magic?
Sure.
Do you want to cast it, or shall I?
I can do it.
The newly present spell is a conjuration spell. It is not very much like any spell you've seen before. This is Reality Break.
Sounds bad.
And
Okay.
it is not just conjuration that the detect magic detects on this, but there are traces of dunamantic magic on it as well.
Ooh.
Okay.
What is this spell supposed to do?
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
I would.
From a mechanical perspective,
No.
you shatter the barriers between realities and timelines, thrusting a creature into turmoil and madness. Succeed on a wisdom saving throw, or it can't take reactions until the spell ends. The affected target must also roll a d10 at the start of each of its turns. The number rolled determines what happens to the target. On a 1 or 2, they experience a vision of the far realm, taking 6d12 psychic damage or being stunned until the end of its next turn. On a 3 to 5, rending rift, dex save or take 8d12 force damage, half on a success. On a 6 to 8, wormhole, the target is teleported along with everything it is wearing or carrying up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see. The target also takes 10d12 force damage and is knocked prone. 9 to 10, Chill of the Dark Void. The target takes 10d12 cold damage and it is blinded until the end of the turn.
This is really fucking cool.
What level are these spells?
Plane Shift is 7th, Reality Break is 8th.
Okay.
And in actually reading the description of the spell that is written here, if y'all are all looking, what you know immediately, this is not written in Old Zemnian. This is written in a different language, because those peeking over cannot read it. Celiana cannot read it. Rick cannot read it. And there's a lot of notes around this spell, and it talks about like, this spell isn't named. It's Reality Break for all intents and purposes, mechanically. It is not named in this book. This is a test run. This is an attempt being made at creating something from the types of magic being explored this season at the Arcanium with the visiting Archmage from Aor, which is what is written around it. That is what you get from this. This is haphazard attempts at creating a spell based on magic they were recently being taught.
So this is like some school project almost.
Almost.
I was gonna say it's some research professor's pet project.
Oh.
Yeah, because Nimra would love to copy some of these into their spell book. It would take time and money. Unless next level. But they won't get 8th level spells for another 2 levels. What did you end up finding, Huxley?
Are you talking about this or the less interesting books?
Whichever you would prefer to speak about first.
I mean, first of all, the magic cool. Plane ship. I recognize this one. I figured that one out a little while ago, but hopping between planes, that's always useful. The other one here seems like a project of sorts. It might work, it might not work, but it seems to have multiple different effects that can alter one's perception of reality in a multitude of ways.
Fascinating. I see that they're both of the same school of magic that I practice. To have such ancient relics on our hands. I would not do to preserve this at the archives. Or copy into my own spellbook. Ruby, you're muted?
That would be nice, because then we can, blow people's heads up or whatever that does. That sounds exciting.
I mean, that does sound pretty cool.
You should be doing more head exploding. Today was great. You, zapped the shit out of those, cooked those little weird shark dog creatures. That was crazy. You should be doing stuff like that more.
The bullets.
Yeah, whatever they're called, I don't know.
And what of the other books that you had found that might require my assistance?
Oh, right. They are logs of some sort with locations and dates. If you'd like, I can start reading them off to you.
And while listening, can Nimra attempt a history check to see if they might remember?
Go ahead.
Okay. Hopefully, I should hopefully roll pretty well on this. Considering it's a
I'll guidance you. Here, have a guidance.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Be
they
blessed
have
by Aggie.
His little pat on Nimra's back. One hand on book, reading. Okay. That's 14 plus 14 plus 1 is 29.
Okay. Guessar is the old name for Taldore. So these numbers just might be indications of some time frames, some non-specific places in Taldore. And what were the... Remind me so I don't have to go digging for the note again. What were the other names I gave you?
Shattengrod, Zemniaz.
Okay.
That was the...
Kathmoira. Okay. Yeah, so fucking numbers like that. Why do I even ask? So, Shattengrod is where you are now.
Yeah.
Zemniaz was another of the flying cities of the Age of Arcanum. It is historically the source of the Zemnian language, the home of the Society of Zeidel, Zeidel, and it is known to have crashed somewhere here in the northern half of the Dwendalian Empire, the Zemni Fields, and the survivors of that crash went on to found the Dwendalian Empire. And Kathmoira was the sister city to the flying city of Avalier. Kathmoira was a land-based city, and essentially, Avalier was the top half of the city that separates and flies away. And there was a documentation of a kind of holiday ritual, something or other, that occurred on an unconfirmed regular basis. You don't know if it's a year, decade, whatever it was, but you know that were predetermined periods where Avalier would return to Kathmoira, dock with the city, and something happened related to the magical energies of the city there, and then Avalier would leave again. And this event was known as the Replenishment.
I feel like there was one other city that I forgot.
And then Aor.
Oh. Okay.
Aor, Zemniaz, Avalier, Shattengrod, Guessar, Kathmoira.
Okay.
Avalier and Aor are both 2 other
Yeah.
flying cities from the age, Aor being the greatest of them, both of which crashed, were sent down to Earth during the calamity.
Nimmer will recite this information as if they are pulling a memory from a book report of years, decades past. It's actually quite fascinating. That was the previous name of Talibray. And then just start launching off into the information dump. Is any of that making sense? Does that line up with what you had gathered, Huxley?
Yeah, for the most part. I'm curious to know what these dates mean, what they were keeping track of. I mean, in this book, they span almost about 42 years.
Do you think it was tracking shipments of sorts?
Maybe. I was hoping to get a sense of what this building was. I don't know if it was anything different than an apartment complex or something. It's hard to say. It could be shipment logs. It could be historical events. It dates of significance. Otherwise, it's hard to say.
Nimmer will also relay the information of what they saw at the highest point that they could get. Would it be safe to assume this was some sort of, wizard tower? Based off of the spell book, the magical item, the books of all sorts, some of the empty rooms? Or do you want me to try to see if they might be able to put 2 and 2 together or something?
Well, you don't know enough about Shattengrod. No one really does. It's a new discovery to know its specific purpose or the makeup of its population. But very powerful mages were much more common during the Age of Arcanum, which is where it gets its name. And especially the flying cities were all full of them, but they were a common sight really everywhere, and extremely capable and talented magic users were a common sight all over Exandria at the time. This being a city from that age, it's not a stretch to assume that a good number of its population might have been the same. Though again, the actual makeup of ground-based cities is not as well understood, and this city specifically, you're effectively clueless to it. So it might be a specific wizard's tower, but it also very well just could be any other number of towers, because there's a ton of them. There's a ton of skyscrapers in these ruins. So,
and in that information that Nimmer did convey, also what they saw in the distance would probably be pretty important to mention to the rest of the party, with that gigantic bioluminescence in the distance leading to that, what was it, a gaping hole in the ground?
there was one large building, a structure, one very large tower that was sort of hooked, and that was not really a tower. It's I want it doesn't look like this exactly, but to kind of get the sense of the shape comparison, compared to a skyscraper, it looked like a very large construction crane in terms of shape and general size. And that one came almost up to the ceiling, easily twice as high as any of the other towers or buildings in the area. And then there was a very, very, very large hole that goes down. And on the opposite side of the hole, there is more buildings.
Okay.
So one of those could be the place we're looking for, maybe? Or it could be in the hole, or it could be on the other side, or we could have passed it. I don't know.
I mean,
We're kind of
heading
shooting in
towards
the
the
dark
big
here.
building. The big building could be big important.
True.
True. Big building, big important.
Big hole, also big important or big danger.
I like this efficiency in your speech.
I think
Cut
I'm
out
concussed.
words not needed. Less words, do trick.
I fails to see the efficiency in that.
Less time talk, more time do. Looks to Huxley and just
Look, sometimes my brain starts. I read through like 42,000 pages of just words and dates.
oh, that wasn't on purpose? Okay, understood.
My brain turned off. My specialty isn't making things. I enjoy knowledge and reading, but I fidget too much.
I'm gonna move something.
And
on
then
the map
shall we
before
have a
this
night's rest before we do more?
Might as well. I am already cozy and good to go. She's in her sleeping bag.
Have like her fuzzy
Good.
socks on.
Yes, she has very like sticking out of the bottom of her sleeping bag, very big bunny slippers on.
Oh, I love her.
God, she's so fucking cute.
If you kill her, Ruby, I will never forgive
Yeah.
Real.
Yeah.
Ruby, if you kill her, I'm quitting.
Agreed. If you kill Question, campaign over. And
you. To be fair, if Question dies, we are probably also all dying.
fair.
True. Question only dies if we get TPK'd.
It's up to you to keep her safe.
Who has sanctuary?
That is not my fault.
Man, I really want to make Nimra actually just, like, sleep close to someone. They need
Is it really that cold? Do we think that we need to, like,
I mean,
conserve
if
body
it's
heat?
not chilly, I
Feels-
imagine we're probably, huddled together. Maybe not, like, entwined as one.
I know this
but...
is above table, but I picture, like, do we really need to sleep? Seal, shut up! Bring it in.
I kind of imagine this weather is like Chicago winds in like the fall. Like that's what I'm imagining.
It's colder. It's like
That's not
From the
good.
ground, right?
it's like standing out in it's like standing out in Chicago in the snow in December. Standing
Jesus
outside.
Christ.
It's
Yeah,
very
that's cold.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So huddling might be needed.
Bring it in. I got not enough space in my tent, which is exactly what we want right now.
Or
Get
get
them small on purpose.
we can create a bonfire and all huddle around that fire.
How? It's not as fun.
Bring your tent in front of the bonfire.
If I don't sleep huddled up with someone tonight, I think I'm gonna lose it. So fine. She picks up her tent, like moves. Question, I'm sleeping with you today, and she puts it over her and just.
Aww.
If you don't want it, that's fine. I'll get it myself.
Seal is just happy that she's not putting herself on her own in another room. So she's like, good.
Proud of her. She's making progress.
Mm-hmm.
I will have the two NPCs have sex. I will at some point.
That's crazy. But what
It's
a
a joke.
wild
Don't take it that
Ruby.
seriously. Don't take it that seriously. Don't take it that
No,
seriously.
ma'am. No.
I was just being a little silly,
Just a little goofy.
being a little funny. Yeah,
A little silly goofy. We
Little
love to see it.
hee-hees.
I won't do that unless it is instigated.
If the character asks and it is perfect
I can't
story,
do that. I'm both characters.
Yeah, exactly.
That feels so weird. I could pull it off. I could make it convincing. I'm not gonna do that though.
Thanks, Ruby. We love you.
No problem.
what I'm imagining is now the equivalent of like a dog pile. Or if you've ever had sleepovers where everybody sleeps just on the same bed.
Okay, if
No,
that's
just
happening,
me.
she's not sleeping in this. She's gonna be a part of this. So she wants to be as mass-bodied as possible.
What a way to phrase that. Thank you, Ruby.
How else am I supposed to phrase it? I don't know how else to say it. Non-sexual. All right.
No, Ruby's been waiting for the one bed trope to happen this entire campaign.
Yeah.
And it just so happened to happen
so
with every
sexless!
NPC.
All
Yeah,
right?
we are.
Yeah.
Give me my wife!
Is that the trade?
Got other
Is that the
stuff going
trade?
on.
I get my fucking first sex scene in this campaign if I give you your wife back? Fine. Take her. We're done early. She's yours.
Is that all it took?
Oh my god.
I cannot wait for AJ to watch this back.
Yeah.
This is gonna be fucking hilarious.
You're welcome, AJ. This is the entertainment you crave.
This is what we get to without having someone stop us. There is no
Listen,
impulse control.
No, he's an encouragement. He's the only one who has called anything sexy in this entire campaign besides Melancholy and the one time Mal said Felix was very hot. That happened once. So he's an encourager of this.
Mal
is just saying
was
facts.
very hot many, many times.
I don't remember that.
And it's just a fact.
Oh, wait, no, they fucked already. We did that already. What am I talking
yeah,
about? I forgot. I forgot. My bad.
Right, cuddle pile.
Cuddle file!
Look, I imagine Huxley is just a little
furnace.
furnace.
This party.
Bringing body warmth that the party desperately needs.
Yes.
True.
I assume we want to take watches, or are we all just...
But then I have to get out of the cuddle pile.
Do we trust...
Would you like Scoot to watch?
I don't get to be in the cuddle pile?
Nimrod,
Fuck.
in this case, would look to Rick.
Well, to be honest, I don't think Rick would be in the cuddle pile either. I think he would just sleep against the wall.
Oh.
So.
Oh,
Yeah.
You would.
Nimrod wouldn't be either, but they're probably desperate. Again, little aquatic body.
Are we doing watches now?
I think that's probably a good idea.
It'd be a good idea.
Happy to take
Okay.
one.
Watchers at the top of the pile. I will get at the bottom.
I don't like any of that.
What? What did I do now?
Does that imply something?
No. I'm not gonna watch, so I'm gonna be at the bottom. So I'm not gonna... What else? What?
Wow, you don't want to
What?
help out?
No. That's
Do
enough
you
of
not
us.
have dark vision?
Right.
I do. Does that mean
Do
I
you know
have
that some of us do not?
Only like one of us. You have your imp, so you do.
That's a
Fine.
fate I wouldn't wish
Fine.
on anyone. Nimra and Scoot alone doing a watch. Fuck.
How's it going?
Sounds like a nightmare. That sounds like a torture device.
So who is on watch? Are we doing pairs? Are we doing single watches? Who's doing what?
How many watches do we need to make through the night?
Since there's none that can do like sleep in a shorter amount of time, it'd be 4.
Okay. I mean, I will take a watch.
I'll take a watch.
I'll take a watch.
I'm
I do
amenable
trans,
to
but
taking a watch.
Oh right,
there's
you
only
do
one of
trans.
me, so I don't know if that affects anything.
Yeah. You could do 2 watches. And I mean, if you want someone with you, you can, but you could take 2 of the watches yourself if you want. Like the second half or the first half of the night.
Okay. Do I feel like it's cold enough that would be an issue, like, health-wise, to be not bundled up and
Not
sleeping?
yet.
Okay.
Not yet,
Then,
no.
sure. She'll do it.
Okay. Does anybody want partners from those that remain? Question, Melancholy, and Rick. And I guess Scoot and Nimra.
I feel like Rick would take at least one watch at one point, given
Yeah.
Yeah.
who Rick is.
Probably.
True. If not, stay vigilant the entire night.
Yeah, until he passes out. Well, then sure. Who wants him? You will not be getting roleplay because I'm not doing it for him. But
Real as
Fair.
fuck.
I can do him in short bursts and in his quips in a fight. That's all I'll do for him. That's the main reason I'm asking, because watches at night is the best time to invoke a random conversation about something in private. So that's why I'm asking.
Does someone have anything specific they want to do? I will watch with anyone, so I don't really care, but...
No preference.
Nope.
This also counts if any of you want the NPCs there also. They'll tag along if anybody wants one of them on their watch.
Gosh, one second. At one point, I had a sticky note that said "Talk to Celiana," but I lost the sticky note,
Oh no!
and I think this was like months and months ago too. So like, I don't think I remember.
I remember we talked about this. I don't remember what it is either.
I think it had something to do with her sister and Aggie, but I
It
don't
did.
remember.
It did, yeah.
Dear God, let
That
me
was
look through my
early,
notes
too.
real quick. It was. I
Did
had that
it
sticky note for
have to
so
do
long.
with why Amara could contact us but Aggie can't? Because that's something I have noted.
I don't think it was. I honestly think it was just something little.
Okay.
Oh, I think I remember what. I think it was something very little, and it might be silly to bring it up now, but I haven't had the chance to talk to Celiana. You know what? Can I do I'll do a watch with Celiana.
Okay.
I swear to God, it's in my notes somewhere.
So then if you're with Celiana, we still need at least one person to cover one watch still.
I figure Rick could cover that one watch.
All right,
right?
we'll do that one. We'll do the first one. And so we'll do it. So I'll roll as you all settle in for the night. I'll roll his first. As you hunker together as much as you can to keep warm, Rick will post up in his place for his watch. Who's on second?
I'll take second.
Okay. Yeah, once his time comes, he'll wake you for a watch before setting himself back up to sleep. Go ahead and give me a perception check, please.
15.
For the 2 hours you're here, it's mostly quiet. You do hear distant rumbles on occasion, and in the
I saw that.
I wish I could close my door. Sure would be nice.
in the latter half of your watch, you start to hear chittering, like a consistent kind of outside that gets closer and louder and then quieter and more distant. And then it happens again. And then it happens again in the opposite direction. And then again, and with it this time, there is a glow. A faint blue glow that follows it. And you can hear fast-moving wings along with the chittering as it moves.
Oh, I don't like that.
And then you hear on the outside wall, and then moving up the side of the building.
I don't like that at all.
And then it comes back down the building and moves away. And you can hear near the building clear sounds of digging. And then slowly all the noise starts to fade.
Ooh.
And that's about the point that your watch comes to an end. When you would wake Celiana and Huxley, and then 2 hours in, Huxley would go to sleep and Celiana would finish it.
Hey, guys. It's your turn.
Right.
There's something weird outside. Kept coming around and then going again. Keep your eyes open.
Got it.
Oh, good to know. Like, are we talking like a big scary thing, or do you not?
So, sort of like a skittery thing? Maybe,
Oh.
maybe a lot of skittery things?
It's not one of your little moth buddies, is it?
Definitely not.
Oh, fun.
Let's do it.
Okay. And as you set up, you can go ahead and
Burrow back
give me
into the
perception
pile.
checks, you two. Yeah. Either one of you with advantage, or you can each give me one.
Do you have preference?
I think we're equally perceptive. We could just both perceive for funsies.
Great. Oh my gosh. I'm rolling so badly today.
I rolled the 10.
13. Wait. Yes, 13.
So, for the first little while, you don't hear anything. Until you hear a very distant little bit of rumbling, and that fades. Quiet. And then you hear a very distant and then moments later and that's it. More time passes and you hear nothing.
Do you think that's something we should be worried about?
I feel like we should be worried about everything here, but if it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah, I guess so.
Do you want me to check it out?
Yeah, I feel like that's a really easy way to die.
Probably.
But I don't have anything. I'm such a terrible mage. I'm really sorry.
I don't think you're a terrible mage.
Technically I am, but it's neither here nor there.
Well, as someone who is not at all a mage, I think you're doing great. So,
Well, I mean, technically I'm not one either. I just it's not my magic, it's my wife's, so if she's not around, I don't have any magic, so
Fair.
I've been meaning to ask if you've been doing all right. I think a couple of the times we've talked, you've been distressed about a lot of things.
Yeah. I don't know. Going home was confusing. And I don't know if it helped or hurt or anything. But I know that we're gonna get this done. I can only hope that, things kind of speed up a bit. I don't really like thinking about how long it's been. And I'm sure I know it's been longer for you, but I just don't know what that means. So
Every time I think the absence gets easier with time, I realize that's not true. It's difficult. It doesn't matter how long it's been. Sometimes getting answers it helps, but sometimes it doesn't. I think the only thing that makes it better is seeing it through until the end, which I know how you feel. It's hard to go back to feeling normal or imagining normal without everything being back in its place where it should be.
yeah, I don't think I've really even thought about after. So
No, it's hard, but it does help. I've started trying to think a bit about where things will be next. It sounds silly. I'm not a daydreamer by any means, but imagining what do they call it? Manifesting. That's what they call it. I've read some books about that. Manifesting a happy ending, I guess, is where we're at now. I can't say for certain whether or not that logic holds any merit, but it's more pleasant than moping.
that's fair.
Aggie mentioned something a while back, and it just kind of, there's been a lot happening. And I'm not quite sure if it's from her or from me, but apparently a lot of people don't like her. I don't know why that is, but she was having a difficult time until your sister, and if you get the chance to tell Amara or to speak with her again, if you could thank her for me. I'm sure Aggie has told her herself, but I'm grateful that my wife has at least one friend down there, which I know you're not supposed to be making friends, and I guess you are supposed to make friends in prison. That's a weird social hierarchy system that's there. I don't know much about that culture. I know it's helped.
Of course, yeah. But I can't imagine this will be any better of a position if she was alone. So I think I'm glad they found each other somehow, and I'll hopefully talk to her again and get to tell her that.
And we're making progress. We'll just keep making progress.
It's true. Have you been talking with Aggie at all, or?
Not recently. We kind of came. I mean, I think the only secure way for us to talk is whatever your sister can do.
I guess we don't really know if that's secure either, but we're doing it, so.
I just don't want something that I say or do to be the reason that they get caught.
I know how that feels.
So I made a bunch of promises that I'm doing my best to keep, and hoping that can tide her over until then. I mean, I used to write to her every single day, just to tell her about my day, and sometimes she'd write back. A lot of the time she wouldn't, because I assume she's busy or occupied. But I've just been keeping track of things in another book, and whenever we're back together, I figure I'll let her read it if she wants to, or I mean, we could read it together just to keep me occupied, because I like routine. It's kind of hard falling out of a routine. Boogaloo, stop that. Where's my? Sorry,
That's not
he's
my
being
name.
awful. Go to bed. I've got my spray bottle.
All right, okay.
I think it's getting close to the time I should be awake. Did you want me to wake someone else to be with you, or were you planning on staying awake the rest of the time?
I don't really mind. Company's nice, but not required.
Well, if you decide to investigate anything, please don't go alone.
Sure.
Huxley will pack up his stuff and squeeze into the awkward side of the cuddle pile.
Okay. And we'll do one last one for the night. So you'll give me another perception check for your last watch.
Right. I somehow knew a natural 1 or an 8.
Check something here. Okay. And as you sit, wait, and listen for this last couple hours, counting down the minutes to get to wake everybody up, you don't hear very much. You don't see anything really. It's quiet. At a certain point, you do hear in your head, "Hey, can you come here? Help me get out of the bottom of the pile. I can't sleep, but I don't want to wake them up. It is your turn, right? I really hope I didn't wake you up."
Yes, I'm awake. Sure.
And her arm is like sticking out from the bottom, like
Yeah, she'll go over.
gently enough.
Help her out.
Get her out. She'll roll out. What time is it? How much sleep am I losing?
Probably not much.
Okay, cool. Alright. Has anything happened yet? Where is it?
And we're live.
We're live.
Wow, that was a really nice break.
Another. Another break. Hello, folks. technical difficulties. Zencaster likes to jump scare me with a warning that lasts 1 second before it breaks. So I shut the recording down, and it took so long to finish processing that Riza had to leave. So we're just going to finish this last section, and I'm going to say goodbye without them, but that's okay. We make do with what we have. So anyway, where were we? Right, she just woken up. You pulled her out.
Mhm.
And okay, right. I forgot what I rolled earlier, so I'm gonna roll again. Okay. Yeah, she pulls herself out and sort of. This is like a little into the, like I said, a little into the watch. There's still maybe like an hour left before you would have woken everyone up anyway.
Okay.
And she kind of gets up to stretch her legs and move around a bit and just kind of peek and look. Eventually gets bored and sits down. Did you hear that?
You're what? What?
The funny dichotomy of a natural 1 and a natural 20 on the perception check. There's... Hold on. Nimra got a view of the city from like real high up, right? Like going to the top of this thing.
Yeah.
Come
Don't
with
tell me you're gonna.
I'm going up top. Come with me. I need to check something. And she's gonna go upstairs. Go all the way up to the top. Go ahead, give me a perception check, Seal. It's happening again. Accessing the storage on this device. If the recording breaks again, folks. Just saying. Okay, continue. I'm just gonna keep going and see what happens.
Got a 15. Still rolling below a 10 on everything.
And she puts her hand up and she says, listen. And you wait. And you hear the same sound from earlier. And then another moment. Again. And she points out towards this structure and this big hole that's coming from that direction.
What do you think it is?
It sounds like an explosion to me. I don't see anything though from here. I don't see any fire, any movement. Hold on. And she sits and she stares. And she waits. And another. She goes. She points. You can turn and look. And on that, you see very distant, along the edge of the hole, a flash of, in time with the sound. It stops. I don't like that. I don't like that at all, to be honest. Have you heard anything else today at all?
Heard more of those blasts earlier, but that's everything I've heard. I know. Hasn't been too much.
Okay.
Mal heard some things around, but skittering or something, but
Oh, good.
it doesn't seem to be quite related.
back down. And she starts heading down. And she settles in. Do you follow? Or do you stay up here?
Guess she'll follow. She doesn't really know what else to do, so yeah.
Okay. She'll just find a place to sit and just kind of sit. Pull her bag off around. Set it in front of her. And just kind of like, she puts her hands like kind of in her pockets and just sits, kind of staring at the wall for a while. Until about the time that it's time to wake everyone up. She doesn't move though. She seems like zoned out at this point.
She'll just like sit there awkwardly. You know, she's just like I don't really know what she wants, so I don't know what she's doing. I'm just kind of gonna sit here, make sure I don't hear anything else. Yeah.
Do you wake the others? Do you wait for some kind of change or something from her before you do anything?
If she's still like that by the time it's like time for to wake people up, then I think I'll like check in with her. But
okay, yeah, she's still like that.
Just like get over next to her and just like tap her.
Huh? What?
You okay? You've been staring at a wall.
Oh yeah, I was thinking. Kinda. Yeah, I'm fine.
It's like time to wake everyone up, so I just wanted to
Oh, really? Already? Okay.
confirm that you were good or whatever.
Yeah, I'm fine.
You sure?
Do you not believe me or something?
You're like really deep in thought. I don't know. It's.
Do I not seem like a deep thinker? What if I'm just
Didn't
philosophizing, ruminating on the deeper truths of life?
I mean, you could do that like with someone. You don't have to do it like alone. You seem like a very social person. So I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's
And
fair.
if you're fine, then you're fine. I just.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's get up and start waking people.
All right. And as you're awoken, gathered up, and you wake and start preparing to get your things together and keep moving, that's where we'll end the session tonight. Woo! That's it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. We'll pick it up next session next week. We're going to have our first guest next week. Wow, so exciting. Which is not that exciting because it's like, I thought about this for a second. I was like, I realized usually the appeal of like a show, like a D&D show having a guest, is that the person coming on is someone people know. This is one of my friends. So it's mostly just for fun. But anyway, yeah, we're going to have a guest on for a session or two starting next week. And that's the exciting thing. Yay. No more announcements. That's it. We're done. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.